A Killer Latte, A Killer Coffee Mystery, Book 6, written by Tonya Kappes, narrated by Christina Sagnameni. 1. "Quiet on the set," yelled the man in the director's chair, Oscar-winning producer Stephen Lemon. Actress Daisy Lemon, in all her Hollywood glamour, was standing right in front of the Bean Hive Coffeehouse, located on the renovated Lake Honey Springs Boardwalk in Honey Springs, Kentucky. My coffee house. The pride swelled in my heart as I watched Daisy deliver the last lines of the big screen movie they'd been filming over the past 3 weeks. Everyone had come out to watch the final scene being taped before the big production company left town. They stood behind the police line, gasping with excitement as soon as Stephen Lemon yelled, "That's a wrap!" "Who knew?" my Aunt Maxine Bloom asked in her long southern drawl. "This has turned out to be such a great experience for not only Honey Springs, but the entire state." Aunt Maxie's short, now bleached blonde hair was sticking straight up. I was sure she used a full can of Aquanet hairspray. She had on a hot pink feather boa draped around her neck, and it waved in the air from the big fans used on the set and blowing our way. I tucked a stray strand of my curly black hair back in the low ponytail hairstyle I'd chosen today for my unruly locks. Aunt Maxie was the editor-in-chief of Sticky Situation, the gossip column in the Honey Springs newspaper. There was no better place to get some good, hot gossip than right here on the boardwalk, where they were filming the last scene on Lake Honey Springs. Aunt Maxie was ripe for some good gossip. "People magazine?" I asked when I read a piece of paper taped to her chest which read, "People magazine." "People magazine tweeted me back after I hashtagged them when I posted a photo of the movie set." Aunt Maxie was pretty tech-savvy, better than any mid-60-year-old I'd ever come across. "Writing an article for them." She picked up the camera, dangling from the strap hanging around her neck. She held it up to her eyes. Using her free hand, she twisted the lens until she pushed the capture button. The bangles from her elbow to her wrist jingled and jangled. "That's going to be a good shot." She dropped the camera from her eyes and looked over at Daisy Lemon, the lead actress playing the heroine in the latest Sycolis Narks romance novel. The backdrop of Lake Honey Springs and the small town of Honey Springs was a perfect character all on its own that would play well on the big screen. "I've got thousands of photos already. Gonna be hard to pick a handful." "That's great." I couldn't have been more pleased for her and Honey Springs. It gave us a break from reading all the gossip she stuck in her piece, mostly filled with half-truths. "Great working with all of you and my beloved Daisy." Stephen turned around and addressed the crew. His words caused a flurry of activity, from the key grip putting the equipment down and the extras taking a break, to Daisy's makeup artist patting her face, to our very own Chrissy Lane making sure Daisy's hair was perfect. Everyone rushed over to fan Daisy from the heat. We were in full-blown spring in Kentucky. It wasn't the normal season most of the country experienced. One day we could have summer temperatures, and the next have snow. Today was a hot day. "Daisy! Daisy!" Penny Bloom, my mother, screamed from behind the police line across from me. She was waving something in the air. "Daisy!" Chrissy shuffled a little bit to Daisy's left, glancing over her shoulder at Mom, giving her a little scowl. The red freckles on Chrissy's face reddened. Chrissy's sun-washed blonde hair was pulled up in a top knot. Hints of her natural red hair were apparent at the roots. I sucked in a deep breath and headed toward my mom. I could see a storm brewing on her face. Don't get me wrong, Penny would never have a hissy fit in public, but she would with me on the phone. "Did you see what that Chrissy Lane just did to me?" Mom snarled. "She just gave me the cold shoulder." "Well, when all of this," Mom circled her finger around, suggesting the movie set, "when all of this is gone and Chrissy still has to work at Touched by an Angel, she'll be thinking twice about shunning me today because I am one of her best customers. Not to mention, I did a lot of fancy paperwork to get her that loan for her house." Mom. I greeted her with a hug. What are you waving around? I didn't even acknowledge what Chrissy had done. But Mom was right. When all the fancy movie folks left town and took Daisy, poor Chrissy would be left with all the fried, dried, and oily hair left in Honey Springs to dig her fingers into. Me and the Southern Women's Club have put together a musical CD, and if anyone knows how to get it in the stores, it's for sure got to be Daisy Lemon. She was serious. Maxine! Mom screamed over my head and waved the CD in the air. If you get an interview, you give her our CD. You and Aunt Maxie? That about took my breath away. Mom and Aunt Maxie weren't the best of friends. Don't talk out of turn. Mom didn't even look at me when she was telling me to mind my own business in her colorful language. Besides, Maxine and I have come to somewhat of terms since I've been here. Mom, I had to get married by the justice of the peace so I wouldn't hurt your feelings or Aunt Maxie's feelings when the preacher asked who gives away the bride. I recalled my Halloween wedding and how I couldn't take another fight from the two of them. We aren't talking about that. Mom threw her hand up in the air and waved the CD. Across from us, at the other police line, a lot of people were yelling, Daisy! Daisy! The other women I'd recognized, who belonged to the Southern Women's Club, were in a collective quest to get Daisy's attention, all of them waving the CD in their hands. Y'all have been busy, I said with a sigh. No wonder Mom and the usual gossipy women of Honey Springs hadn't been driving me nuts at the coffee house all winter. I thought it was too cold for you to visit me at the Bean Hive during the winter months, when all along you've been breaking into showbiz, I teased, and scanned the police line that was blocking off this part of the boardwalk area. The real estate market was slow, so I used my extra time coming up with music, because I knew if I could get it in Daisy's hands. She abruptly stopped and pointed the CD at the far side of the police line. Look, there's Patrick. She pointed to my husband. The big rap party the movie crew bragged about not missing was tonight. No one wanted to miss it, including me, though I was working it. Kami Montgomery, owner of the Cocoon Hotel, where the rap party was going to be taking place, had me serving some sweet treats and specialty coffees I'd created at the Bean Hive. Patrick and I waved at each other across the boardwalk. He was talking to a pregnant woman and a man I didn't recognize. Daisy walked into the very small trailer the Honey Springs Beautification Committee had placed on the boardwalk for Daisy to hang out in between takes, causing the spectators to quiet down. Mom, I tisked, turning back to her, you have the Southern Women's Club all over this boardwalk. You can give it to her. She smacked the CD on the Bean Hive logo embroidered on the front of my apron. Daisy and Stephen Lemon had paid me handsomely to keep the production crew in coffee and sweets. You give it to her at the rap party. I pushed the CD back to her. You mean? Penny gasped, gripping the CD to her chest. You're inviting me? I do have an extra pass. Patrick has his own pass, so you might as well go with me. I smiled. I know you, Roxy Bloom. Penny shook her finger at me. What gives? Nothing, I gave a little shrug. Can't I just do something nice? Mom squealed, bounced, and beamed. The crowd erupted when Daisy's trailer door opened, and she came out with a flowing maxi dress with big sunflowers all over it. The wig she'd worn, to look like the heroine from the novel the movie was based on, was long gone, and her long blonde mane fell in curls around her face and down her back. Pale skin and red lips looked really good on her. I even caught Patrick gawking at her when she walked by him. She stopped and had her photo taken with the pregnant woman and the man Patrick had been talking to. What's she handing out? James Farley, the owner of the Buzz In and Out Diner, had his heated food pushcart filled with all sorts of greasy food. I have no idea, but we need one. It amazed me how Daisy had all these people in a trance. James had landed a contract with the production company to feed them breakfast, dinner, and supper. We watched in awe at how Daisy made everyone around her melt into her hands like putty. The closer Daisy got to our side of the boardwalk, I could see she was handing out manila envelopes. You grab us one of those envelopes, I told James. I've got to go set up for the production's final town meeting at All About the Details, now that they aren't filming in front of the coffee house. Then get stuff down to the Cocoon Hotel for the wrap party. What's the meeting about? James asked. He didn't take his eyes off Daisy. She sure is pretty. From what I gathered, Daisy is going to talk to the beautification committee and mayor about the production company presenting the town with a bust or something. I ignored his comment about Daisy's beauty. Is that what they're doing in Central Park? He asked about the park located in downtown Honey Springs. Yeah, I think it's going to be near the gazebo. I watched as everyone gushed over Daisy. As the coffeehouse owner, I'd come up with a specialty latte that I'd concocted just for the time they were in Honey Springs to film the movie. I called it the Star Studded Latte. The day of wrapping up had finally come, and soon my very busy life would return to my morning routine of getting up at 4 a.m., getting to the coffeehouse, and getting freshly baked goods made and coffee brewed before the 6 a.m. morning rush. Plus, my sweet Pepper and Sassy, my and Patrick's fur babies, who were used to coming to work with us, had been holed up in our cabin during the 3 weeks. With the production company filming the scenes on the boardwalk in front of the coffee house, it was hard to try to keep the dogs from barking, not to mention the times I needed to take them on a quick walk or to go potty. It was best for everyone that they stayed home, but I missed them terribly, and really was looking forward to the production company leaving town, though it had been fun to watch how they made movies. Excuse me. The faint voice was followed up by a gentle tap on my shoulder. I turned around and was face to face with Daisy Lemon. James was right. Her beauty was even more stunning up close. Are you the one who is making those fabulous lattes? She asked in a romantic voice that I couldn't wait to try when she wasn't around. The entire crew is raving about them. Yes, Mrs. Lemon. I felt like she was a princess and I needed to curtsy or something. Is there a problem? She lifted her fingers to the diamond necklace around her neck and gently fondled it with her fingertips. She leaned in and whispered, I will come and see you in a few minutes when my husband goes to the meeting. Sure. My eyes popped open. What on earth could Daisy Lemon want with me? Shh. She moved her fingers from her diamonds to my lips. It's a secret, darling. 2. Roxy. Kami Montgomery, the owner of the Cocoon Hotel, the only hotel on Lake Honey Springs, called my name when I was about to walk into the coffee house. I turned around and held the door for her. Her almond-shaped brown eyes held concern. She had her scarlet hair pulled back at the nape of her neck, and her thick bangs hung perfectly across her forehead. Hey, Kami, I was just about to start on some of the items for tonight's party. I've got to get some things over to All About the Details for the last production meeting. I shut the door behind her and flipped the close sign hanging on the door to open. But I'm planning to come down shortly. I'm not worried about that right now. She waved her hand in the air. My phone books are missing, she said with a straight face, making her way past me. I need a strong coffee. She headed over to the coffee house's freestanding coffee bar. Phone books? I asked, and walked over to the coat rack next to the register where I hung the aprons. Yeah, phone books. Books that have people's addresses and phone numbers in them, she mocked me. I gave her a funny look while I hung my cross-body bag on the coat tree and grabbed the apron to tie around my waist. I'm sorry, I know it sounds weird, but I keep them in the room just in case tourists need to get around. And you looked all over the hotel for them? I questioned, walking around the counter to see what I needed to replace in all the glass display cases. I've looked everywhere. My staff has too. Nothing. Nada. Gone. She was sure passionate about these phone books. What am I gonna do? The bell over the door dinged, signaling Patrick's entrance. Our eyes caught, and we smiled at each other. I'll be right back. I glanced over Patrick's shoulder when the bell dinged again. It was Spencer Shepherd, our town sheriff. Spencer! Kami hollered and stirred the sugar in her coffee. She stuck the coffee stirrer in her mouth and waved him over.
"What's up with Kami?" Patrick asked. "Something wrong with the party?"
he asked when we met halfway inside the house. Something about phone books missing or something. I lifted my hand and ran it through his short hair. "How's my husband?" I asked. A tickle ran from my toes to my heart, making it flutter with delight. I was standing here with the man of my dreams. I'd met him almost 14 years ago when I was a teenager, visiting Aunt Maxie for the summer, like I always did. Fast forward, and here we were, standing in the middle of my coffee house. I still couldn't believe I was the owner. Both of my worlds had collided into a wonderful adventure that I was really enjoying. The Bean Hive Coffeehouse was located in the middle of the boardwalk, right across from the pier on Lake Hunter Springs. It was a perfect spot, and I was beyond thrilled with the exposed brick walls and wooden ceiling beams that I didn't have to touch. Luckily, Aunt Maxie owned the place. The rent was a little steep, but I'd watched a few DIY videos on YouTube to figure out how to make the necessary repairs for inspection. I couldn't have been more pleased with the shiplap wall I'd created myself out of plywood painted white to make it look like real shiplap. Instead of investing in a fancy menu or even menu boards that attached to the wall, I'd bought 4 large chalkboards that hung down from the ceiling over the L-shaped glass countertop. The first chalkboard menu hung over the pie counter and listed the pies and cookies with their prices. The second menu hung over the torts and quiches. The third menu to appear before the L-shaped counter curved listed the breakfast casseroles and the drinks. Over the top of the other counter, the chalkboard listed the lunch options, including soups and the catering information. On each side of the counter was a drink stand. One was a coffee bar with 6 industrial thermoses with different blends of my specialty coffees, as well as one filled with a decaffeinated blend, even though I clearly never understood the concept of that. But Aunt Maxie made sure I understood some people drank only the unleaded stuff. The coffee bar had everything you needed to take coffee with you, even an honor system where you could pay and go. The drink bar on the opposite end of the counter was a tea bar. Hot tea and cold tea. There was a nice selection of gourmet teas and loose-leaf teas, along with cold teas. I'd even gotten a few antique teapots from Wild and Whimsy Antique Shop, which happened to be the first shop on the boardwalk. If a customer came in and wanted a pot of hot tea, I could fix it for them, or they could fix their own to their taste. A few cafe tables dotted the inside, along with 2 long window tables, with bar stools butted up to them on each side of the front door. It was a perfect spot to sit, enjoy beautiful Lake Hunter Springs, and sip on your favorite beverage. "You mean you can't do anything now?" Kami cried, bringing me out of my own head.
"Is there anything else missing? Of value?" Spencer asked her, looking down at her with his big green eyes. His jaw was hard.
"There's no real value to them, but I'm at a loss as to why someone would go around and steal them out of the rooms. It means someone has broken into each room." She did have a valid point.
"Here is what you need to do."
Spencer held up a finger before he began to make his coffee. He turned his thick neck to look at her. His sandy blonde hair lay in wavy curls over his ears. He was in need of a haircut, like most of us, but Chrissy was too busy playing personal beautician to Daisy Lemon to even take appointments over at Touched by an Angel.
"I want you to go back and check with all of your guests. Make sure nothing else is missing. I know a lot of these crew members are staying at the Cocoon Hotel. Maybe they played a prank or something. Second, I want you to check your video cameras. See if anyone is suspicious or not supposed to be in the Cocoon Hotel. Then I'll stop by today between town council meeting and the wrap party to see if you found out anything new other than just that someone stole the phone books."
He stopped when she shifted side to side.
"We can definitely get someone for breaking and entering into each room, but I'm going to need more to go on than just someone stole your phone books."
"Fine."
She sucked in a deep breath, not happy with his suggestions.
She turned around on the balls of her feet and stormed off with her fists down at her side. She turned around right as she was leaving the coffee shop. "Roxy, I'll see you soon." She huffed out the door.
"What was that about?"
Patrick asked Spencer, even though I'd already told him. We walked back toward the counter where Spencer was standing. I had to get busy and get some of my signature red velvet cookies on a fancy platter with a doily on it, along with more of the blueberry crumb cake.
"Someone has stolen all the phone books at the Cocoon Hotel."
It was too hard for Spencer to say it without breaking into a big smile. I started to laugh as I watched his face process what he'd said.
"Phone books?"
Patrick asked, his brows furrowed. While Patrick and Spencer continued their phone book scandal talk, I headed over to the industrial coffee pots and flipped them on to brew fresh coffee to take over to all about the details for the big meeting. The shop was only 2 doors down from the coffee house, so I had some time to kill. After I heard the coffee start the brewing cycle, I grabbed the milk glass platter I'd gotten from Wild and Whimsy Antique Shop, located on the far right side of the boardwalk. The round milk glass platter was the perfect size for the treats I was going to serve. The Tea Gardens, the owners of the Wild and Whimsy, had gotten to know me well since I was always stopping in their shop, looking for pieces to add to the coffee house. Some of my mugs had the Bean Hive logo on them, but most of my mugs were antiques I'd picked up from their shop, along with the cute cow creamers and sterling silverware. It was all a bit mismatched, but it was cozy and made every customer feel like they were at home, chatting with good friends while they hung out in the coffee house, the exact feel I was going for when I made the business plan. "Who were the man and pregnant woman you were talking to?" I asked, since I'd never seen them in the coffee house, which was strange. Almost everyone in Honey Springs stopped by at one time or another. I opened the glass display door to get out the red velvet cookies and arrange them on the platter. The steam from the industrial coffee makers puffed out the fresh bean aroma into the air. It was the best fragrance ever.
"They're a sweet couple that live in the old Ellis place down in Clover Bottom. He's also a big hunter with a remote cabin in the wooded area. They're just good old hillbillies."
Patrick grew up in Honey Springs, and he knew everyone.
"I'd done some free structural work for them when they bought the Ellis place. It needs a lot more fixing up, but they don't have the cash to do that."
"Why am I not surprised that you helped them?" I reached out and squeezed his arm. "You are so good to everyone. I'm a lucky gal." I winked and put the last cookie on the platter before I rearranged a few of them to make it look perfect.
"Those look good."
Spencer had moseyed over to the counter and put a $5 bill next to the cash register.
"Everything all good here before I go check on the rest of the boardwalk as things start to get back to normal?"
"Nope, Honey Springs is in danger," I said with a straight face.
"What happened?"
Spencer's jaw tensed, his brows furrowed. "There's a phone book thief on the loose." I burst out laughing. 3.
"Lordy be, I'll be so glad tomorrow when all this riffraff is gone."
Bunny Bowowski, my elderly employee, waddled into the door of the coffee house. She had on a pink pillbox hat, a pink shawl draped over her shoulders, and a brown pair of comfort shoes, and a brown pocketbook dangling from the crook of her arm. It swung back and forth as she took the shawl off her shoulder. Maybelle Donovan, her best friend and equally as old, wasn't too far behind her.
"Preach it, girl."
Maybelle was a little older than Bunny, but they looked like twins, even down to their rolled-down knee-high stockings.
"She wishes she could preach it."
Aunt Maxie pushed her way from the outside in and shoved past them.
"Watch it!"
Maybelle snarled at Aunt Maxie. Bunny pushed a piece of her chin-length gray hair behind her ear and glared at Aunt Maxie. After a few seconds of the standoff, the 3 women gave each other the Baptist nod, where they didn't wish ill will, but not necessarily good will either. It was a Southern woman's way around good manners. "Now, ladies, we don't need another crime around Honey Springs, At least not a murder between 3 old friends. I laughed and took the coffee pots off the industrial maker. It was easiest to unscrew the lid and put the self-push lids on them so people could help themselves to how much they wanted.
Forget old friends. What do you mean by crime?
Bunny hung her shawl up on the coat rack, along with her pillbox hat and purse. She grabbed an apron. Someone has stolen all the phone books at the Cocoon Hotel. I grabbed the carafes and handed one to Aunt Maxie. Can you take that over to All About the Details for me? I'm assuming you're going to cover the gossip for the meeting.
Pish posh on the meeting.
Aunt Maxie put the carafe down and grabbed her phone. She tapped on the screen before bringing the phone up to her mouth.
Case of the missing phone books. Who was the thief dialing?
I gave her a cross look.
What? I use my phone memos now to keep notes for my articles.
Article? Maybelle scoffed on her way over to the coffee bar.
You mean smut rag? You've plumb near lost your mind, Maybelle. Get with the times.
Aunt Maxie took her job very seriously.
The Times? You have a gossip column in the newspaper. That's no different than Ask Ann Landers.
Maybelle grabbed a mug and filled it.
I'm the modern-day version.
Aunt Maxie ran the tips of her fingers through her spiky hair, making it stand up even more.
Whatever,
Maybelle sighed. She used a stir straw to mix up all the ingredients she used to doctor up her coffee. Do you have it all under control? I asked Bunny when she walked up next to me at the counter.
Does it look like it?
She truly didn't need any instructions. She took care of the coffee house just like she did her own kitchen. I don't think you'll have many customers, since everyone is probably going to the meeting, then the wrap party. I wasn't even worried with Bunny here. Before I could grab the other carafe, Bunny had already gone back to the kitchen and brought out more red velvet cookies to refill the ones I'd taken out from the display case. Come on, I nodded my head toward Aunt Maxie to follow me. The sunshine covered us as soon as we walked out of the coffee house. It was a beautiful day, but the excited vibe of the townsfolk was truly what was making this day vibrate. The filming had really brought all of us together over the last 3 weeks. Everyone was eager to help out everyone, and the spotlight was on Honey Springs. Now that Aunt Maxie was doing a piece for people, I was confident our upcoming tourist season would explode. Do you have a lot for your people piece? I asked her.
I'm excited. I have some good photos, but I'd kill to get something more personal, or an interview with Daisy.
Aunt Maxie jiggled her shoulders.
I wonder who I can bribe.
I'm sure you'll find someone, I teased her on the way into All About the Details. It was a cute blue clapboard house with 2 stories that had been completely gutted and transformed with an open concept floor plan. The boardwalk had had a facelift almost 2 years ago, the same time I opened the Bean Hive, and they were able to keep the cute exterior of the building with a remodeled and updated inside. The double doors opened into an entryway decorated with seasonal items. This time, Babette had decorated with a movie theme, no doubt on purpose for the occasion. There was a hallway leading to the back of the building and a large ballroom addition with round tables covered in white linens and 10 chairs around each. It was a perfect place to host a wedding reception during the winter months, or in the heat of the summer, since most weddings in Honey Springs took place outside, or even a movie screening, and we were hoping Stephen Lemon would let us preview the movie. Over here! Babette Cliff waved me over. Her messy blonde bun on top of her head shook with each flail of her arm. She gestured to the table, where there were some more refreshments set up. I put the sweets right next to Emily Rich's Kentucky Bourbon Balls. It was one of her biggest sellers at the Bee's Knees Bakery, also located on the boardwalk. I was very proud to say that I had had a hand in getting the bakery up and running after I'd let Emily intern at the coffee house. She was a fabulous baker, far exceeding any culinary skills I had in that area, and I was a bit envious of her, though very proud of her success. Afternoon, Loretta. I sat down next to Loretta Beebe in the back row. It was a perfect spot in case I needed to skedaddle if the meeting ran long. I couldn't stop the smile when I said Loretta's name the way she said it, even though it was Loretta. Her deep southern drawl drew her name out even more. She and Aunt Maxie gave each other a tight smile and a lift of the chin. "Sure is a big crowd today." Loretta was the owner of Diamonds, the only jewelry store in Honey Springs located downtown, and the wealthiest woman in town. "I've got my boxes. I need to get my jewels back ASAP." She patted a sack and opened it for me to look inside. It was filled with different-sized jewelry boxes. She had on a pair of skinny black jeans with a bright purple shirt tucked in, her toes perfectly manicured, and her short-heeled black strappy sandals. Her short, very much from-a-bottle black hair was sprayed stiff. If a really big lake wind rushed past, everything would be skewed all but Loretta's hair. Several strands of bright red golf ball-sized beads hung tight to her neck, then cascaded down to her belly. She had on 4 or 5 red bangles. Her dark skin was kissed by the tanning bed in Lisa Stahl's garage, but to hear Loretta tell it, she was Cherokee Indian, denying any sort of tanning bed usage. She was definitely one of the most Southern women in Honey Springs, down to her monogramming on everything she owned. "It was awfully nice of you to let them use your jewelry for the film," I told her. Loretta was one of Aunt Maxie's gossipy friends. Like all the other women in their group, she loved compliments. They all had a love-hate relationship with each other. The citizens trickled through the door. They immediately walked over to the refreshment table and filled small plates with delicious goodies. The mayor, along with the main production crew, meaning Stephen Lemon, their agents, and a few of the women of the beautification committee, which included Babette Cliff as well as Spencer Shepard, had taken seats up on the stage behind the podium. There was an empty chair next to Stephen Lemon that I guessed was for Daisy. "I've got to go," I leaned over and told Aunt Maxie when the empty chair made me think about Daisy. I'd forgotten Daisy wanted to come to the coffee house. I sure hoped I hadn't missed her. "Where are you going?" Loretta asked. "They are putting my name in the ending credits. I'm sure they're going to announce it right now." There was excitement on her face as her ego grew larger than life. "That's wonderful," I said, patting her. "Hopefully people will be able to read them," I muttered under my breath, because the credits were generally so small and rolled so fast up the screen at the end of the movie that you had to be a speed reader to even follow them if you stayed that long after the movie. But who was I to rain on her parade? I got up and headed right back out the door, then hurried down the boardwalk. "What are you doing back here?" Bunny Bowowski looked up from the bar stool that was butted up to the outside window. There were crumbs on the corners of her mouth, and she was looking at a copy of the CD that I was sure Aunt Maxie had left at the coffee house to see if anyone would pick it up. "I thought you would like to go see what your committee has done. I don't need to see it, and you might get them to put your name in the credits." I knew I was reaching for a reason to get her to leave before Daisy showed up. "Do you think?" She brushed the crumbs off of her mouth and patted her hair as though she was making sure it was in place. "Maybe. Loretta said something about it, and I'd sure hate for you to miss it. Just mentioning Loretta put a spring in Bunny's you-know-what. I'll be back." She wagged her finger and scurried out the door. I stood in the middle of the coffee house and took a deep breath. There was a sense of accomplishment in my soul. Everything was going so well. I straightened the tables on my way back, making sure the little cow creamers were in the middle with the salt and pepper shakers. If Daisy did show up, I didn't want the place to look a mess. I headed back to the counter, where I plucked my apron from the hook and put the CD in the front pocket. I looked up when the bell over the door dinged. Daisy Lemon stood there like an angel as the sun's rays surrounded her. I gulped and tried to hide my nervousness from the butterflies in my stomach. Roxy Bloom and her famous latte Her voice was like a dream. I felt myself being swept into her spell as she floated across the floor. I meant, literally looked as if she were floating. I'm here undercover. She waved a gold-beaded change purse in the air. You are? I questioned. Then I wanted to point out that she had barely anything that resembled undercover. Not even all the jewels around her neck, which stopped shy of her bosoms, which were definitely not undercover. Yes, I have to have one of those lattes, but if Stephen finds out, he'll die. It takes a lot to keep this body in tip-top form. She tossed her hair over her shoulders. These are definitely high in calories and fat. I wasn't going to lie to her. I can make you something fat-free and sugar-free. Darling. Daisy smiled, drawing me in even more. One itsy-bitsy one will be our little secret. Don't you like the idea that we have a little secret? Only if... I gnawed my lip and decided I'd just go for it. Well, my Aunt Maxie is doing a piece for People magazine. She's in charge of the gossip column in our local paper. I didn't want to lie to Daisy in case something I didn't say came back to haunt me. She'd love to have a photo of you with this CD she and her friends have put together. I only have to give it to you. I took it out of my pocket. It's her and my mom's dream for you to have a copy. What exactly are you asking me to do? She asked. If I make you a Star Studded Latte, can I get a photo of you holding it in the CD? I asked, crossing my fingers behind my back. Aunt Maxie and Mom would absolutely die. Yes, she squealed and bounced up and down. The diamonds made little crystal prisms all over the coffee house. It was like a little fairy was flying around with a magic wand with all the sparkles Daisy's necklaces were letting off. But you have to wait until the production crew is out of town before you can show the photo, because it'll give enough time to show Stephen I didn't gain an ounce. Deal. I stuck my hand out and we shook on it. Then I went to work on making the best star-studded latte ever. The oohs and ahs that came out of Daisy's mouth as she watched me make the latte made me feel like a superstar. I couldn't help but notice her eyes would grow really big before she would lick her lips. It must be really hard to be in the spotlight all the time. I grabbed the caramel syrup bottle and drizzled it over the finished product. It's fine. I enjoy the attention. She wagged her finger at the bottle. Add a little more of that. I did what she said, then I grabbed the whipped cream. Ooh, yeah, a bunch of that. She bit the edge of her lip and leaned on the counter next to the cash register, her little gold change purse under her hand. I'm going to go down to the lake and enjoy this before I have to show up to the meeting. What is the gift the production company is giving Honey Springs? I asked, and drizzled some extra caramel on top. I wanted to know if what I'd heard about a statue was true. A stupid bust of Stephen. She rolled her eyes, and I couldn't help but notice the sarcasm in her voice. She pushed off the counter. He loves to give them his face forever. You don't sound happy about it. I carefully put the latte down in front of her without a lid. I keep telling him that the bust is from years ago and he needs to add all the wrinkles that the business has given him. She dragged her hand across her forehead. He's got millions of worry lines. Honey, movie producers are even more conceited than stars. She couldn't take her eyes off the latte. I'm pretty conceited. You deserve this. I tapped the side of the cup. You've made a lot of people happy in Honey Springs. Thank you. She slowly walked down the front of all the display cases and stopped at the food. I'll have one of those ham and cheese quiches. That'll help soak up all the sugar. I didn't dare tell her about the fat content in that baby. What do I owe you? She asked. Just a photo. I picked up my phone and pushed the camera icon. Say latte. Latte. Daisy squealed with a big smile on her face, with the latte in one hand and the CD in the other. There was no greater feeling I got then seeing someone enjoying my coffees. The specialty food items were just a bonus. It was a far cry from my last job as a lawyer. I still had my law license and practiced here and there. Usually, people needed things looked over or notarized, but being a lawyer took away a part of my soul that the Bean Hive had given back to me. But that was another conversation for a different time. "You're a doll." She walked toward the door. "Sugar, remember, not a peep until the production crew is far out of town." She winked, and off she went. As soon as I felt like she was far enough down the boardwalk and about to enjoy her latte in peace, I ran to the door and opened it. I had to see her take the first sip. I had to see the look on her face. She was hurrying past all about the details, and everyone in there was anticipating her arrival. She didn't slow down. The closer she got to the end of the boardwalk and near the grassy trail down at the shore of the Lake Honey Springs, near the Cocoon Hotel, I got my phone camera ready to capture her taking the first drink. Not that I would share it, but I sure did want to have it for my own personal pleasure. After all, when would another Hollywood celebrity come to the Bean Hive, or even Honey Springs for that matter? The sound of screeching tires coming from the boardwalk parking lot made me move the phone away from my face. When I looked up, there was diesel smoke from here to high heaven, and the Bean Hive coffee cup was lying on the ground along with the ham and cheese quiche. My mind tried to wrap around what was happening before my eyes, which were fixed on Daisy's face squished up against the rear window of an old red pickup truck that had seen much better days. There was a look of fright and fear on her face, her eyes haunting. I ran to all about the details as fast as my legs could carry me. "Daisy, she's been kidnapped!" I screamed in a shrill and scared voice once I opened the doors to the event facility. Everyone jerked around. Spencer had jumped off the stage in front of the room and rushed toward me. "Daisy, someone just took her!" I yelled, nearly fainting. "No, not my Daisy!" I looked up at the front of the room when I heard Stephen Lemon yelling, his cell phone in his hand. "Help!" He held his phone out with a photo. "My Daisy, she's been kidnapped." "Roxy, stay there," Spencer instructed me and ran back to the stage, where Stephen Lemon appeared to be having a meltdown. Spencer took Stephen's phone. His face pasty white, he said, "Everyone, line up while I go and check out the scene. The boardwalk is now a kidnapping scene." Everyone did exactly as Spencer had told us to do. Spencer was busy already, making calls on his sheriff's phone, calling out APBs on any car going in and out of Honey Springs. He called in reinforcements. On his way out of the door, he grabbed me by my hand, getting ready to drag me out with him. "Wait, where's everyone going?" the mayor begged. "We've not unveiled the bust at Central Park." "Bust?" Loretta bolted out of her seat. "What about my jewels?" "Bust? Jewels? My dear sweet Daisy has been taken, and all you care about is the bust?" Stephen Lemon lunged for the mayor. Spencer dropped my arm and bolted for the front of the room, where he'd peeled a very upset Stephen Lemon off our poor mayor. Now everyone had lost their minds. 4. The deputies were all over the movie set that was still set up on the boardwalk. Some of them were taking photos, while another handful were interviewing people and crew members who might have seen anything. Spencer had put all the shops on the boardwalk on lockdown, going from shop to shop, conducting interviews with anyone who was in the shop during the time of the kidnapping. I'd heard there was a follow-up text from the kidnapper to Stephen Lemon's phone, demanding a ransom of $400,000, along with naming a meeting place for tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m. Daisy for the cash and no cops, was what the kidnapper had told him. A few 18-wheeler trucks the production company had used to haul the equipment had already pulled into the parking lot to load and head out of town, but Spencer had stopped those too.
We need to unhook Daisy's makeup trailer and go through it for clues. I need everyone who worked on the set to line up and sit down along the curb so we can interview them," one of the deputies told the other deputies in the Bean Hive, where they'd made their headquarters. I'd put on a fresh pot of coffee and more treats in the oven. It was going to be a long night, and we might as well eat and drink. Spencer came into the shop, and without hesitation, he barked orders to the deputies standing around. "You need to put a police line around the entire parking lot and the boardwalk. Here is where I left off interviews, people. Go!" Spencer had told some of the crew members to come into the coffee house, along with Chrissy Lane and a few other locals who had worked on the set, to give statements. Most of them mumbled that they didn't see anything and didn't know why they were there, but Spencer didn't care. He was asking general questions about Daisy and their relationship with her and where they were at the time of the kidnapping. Stephen Lemon was sitting on a stool at the window bar and looking out at the lake. He was on his phone the entire time, talking loudly. "How much money can I get now? I need it now," Stephen demanded into the phone. I grabbed a piece of blueberry crumb cake and headed his way. I sat it down in front of him and gave him a sympathetic smile. The blueberry crumb cake was a comfort food at its finest, and he needed a little comfort, though I knew it wouldn't take away his pain. "Roxy?" Spencer called me over to a table where he'd been conducting the interviews. "Hey," I hurried over. He gestured for me to sit down in the empty chair across from him. "Let's go through this one more time." Spencer looked down at the notebook. "I'm going to ask you the same questions I did earlier, but I'm going to ask you to come to the station to give a full account on the record." I nodded. "Earlier," I started to say. "How much earlier?" he asked for clarification. "This afternoon, right after the taping, Daisy tapped me on the shoulder and she whispered in my ear." I could still feel the wind from her breath against my ear, sending chills up my body. Daisy had asked me to make her one of the Star Studded Lattes I'd been making for the crew the entire time they'd been here. She also ordered a ham and cheese quiche. She made me promise to keep it a secret for a few days, because Stephen never let her have anything unhealthy for fear of weight gain. She was gracious enough to let me take a photo of her holding the latte in one hand and the Southern Women's CD in the other, only if I waited a few days to show the photo. That way, if Stephen saw it, she'd be able to show him that she'd not gained an ounce of weight, so no harm done. Gosh, hearing her words come out of my mouth made me think she was scared of her own husband. "That's not true." Stephen jumped up from the stool, knocking his knees against the window bar, sending the plate with blueberry crumb cake to the floor, shattering it into pieces. Everyone stopped and looked at him. He pulled the phone away from his ear and pressed it against his cheek. "Daisy would never, ever eat ham. She was a vegetarian." "Do you think I'm lying?" I glared at the worried husband. "I'm trying to save your wife's life by telling Spencer everything." "I think you misunderstood. I'm grateful you took the time to talk to my sweet Daisy." I could tell he was choosing his words, careful not to make me mad since I was the last person Daisy had talked to. He paced behind Spencer and me. "I know my Daisy. She's never eaten anything with eyes." "She sure did want to, and she asked for extra whipped cream. That comes from something with eyes." I turned back around, hands folded between my knees, giving my attention back to Spencer. Bunny rushed in behind Spencer with a broom and a dustpan, headed over to clean up the mess Stephen had made. "That's not what matters right now." Spencer looked at Stephen. "What matters is who took her and why." "I know why." Stephen put the phone back to his ear. "She's a star. Some creepy, obsessed guy took her. Yeah, I'm here." He went back to talking to whoever was on the other end of the line. 400,000. That caught my attention because it was exactly what I heard about the kidnapper's request. "Can I see your photos?" Spencer asked. I quickly retrieved them on the phone and handed it to him. I had nothing to hide. "Please forward those to me." He
He handed the phone back to me. I quickly sent them via text and slipped the phone back into my pocket. "What kind of car was it?" Spencer asked, trying to ignore Stephen and his conversation. "It was a truck, an old beat-up truck. It looked like it was a two-tone red and white. Mainly red, but a 1.5 foot white strip in the middle." I pulled my hands apart to show exactly how wide the white strip was. I've never seen it around here. All I know is that I gave Daisy her quiche and latte. I followed her because I wanted to get a photo of her at the lake enjoying them. I used my hands to express billowing smoke. There was smoke coming out from the tailpipe of the truck, and it zoomed off. When the exhaust cleared, I saw the wrapper on the ground from the quiche and the latte. Daisy's face was planted on the back of the window of the truck with a look of fright I'm not sure I'm ever going to forget. I put my hands up to my face and started to sob. The images of her eyes were burned into my memory. How could this be happening? It was only a short time ago I was standing in this very spot, thinking how great life was. Spencer stood up and gave me a couple of rubs on my back. "I'm going to go check on the scene. You stay right here." He tugged on a couple of the latex gloves from his coat pocket. When he walked out of the coffee house, I got up to gain some composure and looked out the window. The sun's rays were drawn across the lake. On a normal day, I would be enjoying the beauty, but not now. All I could think of was how Daisy wasn't here to enjoy it, and I wondered if she could see it from wherever the kidnapper had taken her. There was a crowd that was similar to the one from earlier that had gathered behind the police line. A lot of gawkers came to see exactly what the police had in mind to bring Daisy back safe and sound. "Roxy, you want to give a statement to the paper?" Aunt Maxie waved her hand in the air and shoved past the cop at the door. "I'll quote you in my People magazine article, too." She smacked the cop with her pad of paper. "Move it! I own this joint." "Good gravy!" Chrissy walked over to me. "Maxie's like a hungry tiger. She isn't going to go away easily." There's nothing to say. I kneeled down next to the quiche display and remembered how happy Daisy looked when she ordered the latte. According to her husband, she doesn't eat anything with eyes, but she sure was salivating at the ham and cheese quiche she ordered. I looked up when I heard a clicking noise. Aunt Maxie had changed out the lens on her fancy camera and was taking close-ups of me. "You're the last person she talked to?" Aunt Maxie questioned. "Stop." I pushed myself to stand up. "None of this is on record, understand?" I knew Aunt Maxie, and she was going to dig and dig until she got to the bottom of what had happened to Daisy. Aunt Maxie would ride this all the way to the bank. "It needs to be on record because Twitter is abuzz about your hashtag kidnap hashtag latte." Aunt Maxie scrolled through her phone. "Social media is going to kill you. Plus, I've got my article for People magazine." "My what?" I gulped. "Everyone online is calling your Star Studded Latte the Kidnap Latte," she laughed. "I love People magazine online," Bunny mentioned on her way to the trash can, where she dumped the contents of the dustpan. "I look at it every morning." "Online? Meh," Aunt Maxie groaned under her breath. "I'm getting a print magazine article," she murmured a little louder. Everyone kind of ignored her. "I guess we still need to get the pastries and cookies ready for the wrap party." I was in a bit of shock after what Aunt Maxie had showed me. I glanced over at Stephen, who was still on the phone. "Oh, they canceled that," Chrissy said. "Stephen said they wouldn't do the party without the star." I got my phone out of my pocket and texted Kami to make sure that what Chrissy said was true. Immediately, she responded with a yes. Then a text popped in from my mom. Now that Daisy was missing, she was going to go ahead and schedule more work at the real estate office. "If you think I'm going to let this opportunity go by, kidnapped actress or not, I'm not. You have a business to save unless you want to go back to being a lawyer full-time." Aunt Maxie trotted right on over to Stephen Lemon, like a little pony, her arm in the air, waving around that CD like it was a winning lottery ticket.
I didn't even tell her I'd given it to Daisy because I was sure it was lost now. What do you need from me? Chrissy jumped up to lend a hand. I have nothing better to do until Spencer lets me leave. I need someone to get on social media and find any and all photos that were taken of the event, I told her. If someone took Daisy, they had to have noticed she'd not left the set with Stephen to come to the council meeting. This person had to have lingered and waited for the opportunity to nab her, which makes me believe there has to be a photo of the person who took her. I gnawed on my lip. I can't wait for Spencer Shepherd to find her. My business is affected, and I have to stop the bleed. We are going to have to find her.
5. It was a big event, and a lot of people were here taking cell phone pictures, Chrissy said, looking over my shoulder at the iPad screen. #Honey Springs, she suggested. I clicked away and hit enter. Whoa, was Chrissy's exact word that she chose to say over and over. The Bean Hive serves up a kidnapper latte to actress Daisy Lemon, I read, letting it all sink down into my broken heart. Don't drink the lattes in this small Kentucky town. The headlines on social media were one after the other. Word sure does spread quickly. My brows furrowed.
Nothing can happen nowadays without someone knowing about it.
Bunny used the wet rag to wipe down the tables where some of the movie crew had enjoyed the free refreshments I'd offered them as they waited to be interviewed by Spencer.
In the good old days, we had to wait until it hit the evening news or the old gossip telephone. Then they had the police scanners, which I do love mine.
The three of us laughed in spite of the situation I was in. But I really need to get a look at all the people from Honey Springs' social media accounts to see if there were any clues, I told her, but mainly to reiterate the importance social media had started to play in solving crimes. I hear every day where the police solved a crime because it was on social media. Are you going to find my wife or not? Stephen stomped over to the door where Spencer came back in. I'm gonna need your cell phone. I watched Stephen's reaction when Spencer told him that. Stephen bumbled and mumbled before he blew up like a balloon. Are you nuts? I have Hollywood stars and agent phone numbers that are very confidential in there. He patted the latest version of the iPhone that was hooked on his belt. Chrissy and I both put a piece of blueberry crumb cake in our mouth like we were eating popcorn and we were watching a movie. It was actually fascinating to me that Stephen never once asked for his lawyer. Don't you want to find your wife? Spencer asked, knowing that the husband was the first person we looked into in an investigation. Of course I do. His jaw tensed. Then I need to see the text you read before you jumped up and yelled that Daisy had been taken. I need to get the photo off your phone and the location the kidnapper sent you. I wasn't sure if Stephen didn't understand technology or if he was just playing dumb. You can do that? He asked. Yes. And if you give it to me now, we can run the photo and the location of where the photo was sent, tracking down some leads where the kidnapper could be headed, or where they were, or even who owns the phone it was sent from. Spencer held out his hand. Give me your phone so we can find her. Alive. Spencer emphasized alive, so Stephen would get the picture. Yeah, sure. He unclipped his phone, and before Spencer took it, he got out an evidence bag from his jacket pocket and had Stephen put it in there. Why are you putting it in evidence? It is evidence. Anything that has to do with this case is evidence. What's your passcode? Our anniversary date. He blinked. There was sadness on his face. 0310. I watched Spencer punch in the numbers and touch the messenger icon to pull up the messages. He touched the last screen and showed the photo to Stephen. It was a photo of Daisy with a handkerchief over her mouth. Her neck was dripping with the necklaces that Loretta Beebe had let the production company borrow. Daisy looked like a walking model for diamonds, and if the poor woman weren't in this predicament, I might have laughed at the photos. "It came from Daisy's phone?" Spencer asked. "Is that her number?" "Yes, it is." There were tears on the edges of his eyes. I could tell he was trying to be strong and not cry from the way his chest was heaving up and down, sucking in big, deep breaths. When I got the text, the mayor was getting upset that she'd not shown up to the meeting. I was a bit relieved to see the text come through, because I just knew it was her telling me she was on her way. It wasn't unusual for her to make a grand entrance. In fact, it was expected of her. He gulped and took a few quicker breaths. When I clicked on it and I saw that photo, my heart nearly stopped. He wobbled a little bit, and I jumped up to his side, letting him lean on me. "Why don't you sit down next to Chrissy?" Spencer suggested, and helped him to sit. The legs of our chairs grunted across the floor when Chrissy and I scooted them to make more room at the little cafe table. "Who were you talking to on the phone?" Bunny had now eased up behind us and leaned herself up against the wall. When Spencer looked at her, she took the rag and wiped it down the wall as if she were cleaning it. I smiled. "I'd called Daisy's agent and our production company's insurance. I have to get the $400,000 or they're going to kill my Daisy. You read the text." "Do you know anyone on the set that didn't like Daisy?" Spencer asked, but wondered why just 400,000 and not just millions. It was an odd number to me, only because, as a lawyer, I'd seen cases like this before. Not kidnapping cases, but blackmailing cases. "No, you saw them today. You talked to them. Everyone loved her." He rubbed his thick hand over his head. "Why are you standing here asking me all of these questions when you need to be out there looking for my Daisy?" "Mr. Lemon, I know you're upset, but there's been a ransom requested, and we need to wait to hear from the kidnapper until we can even start to negotiate. We are currently getting all the security footage from the surrounding businesses to see what they show about the truck." Spencer continued to stare at Stephen. I really wanted to know what was in his head. "What am I going to do?" Stephen groaned. "I've got to get that money." "What did your insurance agent say?" Spencer continued to hammer away, despite how upset Stephen became. "He said there's a clause in the policy that will give money in this situation. They cater to the rich and famous, who tend to try and get kidnapped." He had a weird sense of reasoning. "I'm going to need you to write down all the information for the agent so we can directly contact them and get the money so when the kidnapper calls for it, we've got it and can put a sting operation in place." Spencer handed him his notepad and the pen. "You're going to have to get the number off my phone." He scribbled something down and held it up in the air for me to take. I noticed Aunt Maxie Bloom had tried to come back into the coffee house, this time unsuccessfully. She had her face planted up against the front window, looking in at me. She was trying to get my attention so I'd get the cop to let her in. I ignored her. "I want my jewels back now!" There was a banging on the door, and Loretta was screeching behind it. "Talk to me now! My lawyer is in there! Roxanne Bloom is my attorney!" Everyone looked at me. "You're a lawyer?" Stephen asked with a shocked expression. He pointed to me. "My lawyer is present." He looked at Spencer, jabbing his thick finger my way. "I'm not answering any more questions because it sure seems like you're making me the suspect." "Wait a minute." I stood up. "This is getting really good." Chrissy looked at Bunny and squealed. "Roxy!" Loretta continued to holler and jerk away from the officer. "Let me go or I'll have my lawyer file a harassment suit," she told him in a stern Southern voice. The cop looked into the window at Spencer. Spencer waved Loretta in. "Oh, come on!" Aunt Maxie screamed from outside when the cop did stop her. "I heard that she had on my jewels.
Oh, my jewels! Do you know how much money is on her body? Loretta was none too happy. $7 million, and some of them were from my Cherokee family. 7? My eyes popped open. Million? No wonder the kidnapper only asked for another 400,000. They already had their hands on that 7 million. Did I stutter? Loretta gave a slow head turn toward me. I need to have a consult right now. The bell over the door dinged. Aunt Maxie and Kami Montgomery were pushing the officer right on in the door. Poor guy. Both of them scanned the room, and once their eyes fixed on Spencer, they stormed over. What are you going to do about my phone books? Kami's hands were fisted next to her side. She glared at Spencer. Aunt Maxie fumbled with her phone before she stuck it in Spencer's face, and it was no doubt she'd recorded it on voice memo. Are you recording this? Spencer pushed Aunt Maxie's hand away from his face. Why? Why can't everyone know that not only did they get Daisy, but they got my $7 million worth of jewelry? Loretta leaned a little more toward Aunt Maxie and spoke clearly into Aunt Maxie's phone. Please don't interfere with the investigation, ladies. I'm asking you not to print anything she is saying. It could hinder our investigation. Spencer looked between the angry women. Aunt Maxie, ladies, can I see you in the kitchen? I asked them politely. She's a lawyer, Aunt Maxie reminded them. I let out a long sigh, giving her the wonky eye. I turned on the balls of my feet and headed toward the kitchen. After I pushed through the swinging door, everyone but Spencer had followed me in there, including Stephen Lemon, who assured me the money was on the way. 6. Pepper! Sassy! I yelled for my 4-legged fur babies from the front door of my cabin. Our cabin. My and Patrick's cabin. I'd not gotten used to saying that yet. I heard a couple of thuds from the bedroom before I heard claws tearing across the floor. Hey there! I bent down, propping the door open with my back, and gave them a rub before they darted out into the front yard. I followed them out and grabbed the handle of my bicycle and jerked it up from the ground. It was my preferred mode of transportation, since the boardwalk was a nice 7-minute bike ride at the most. I walked it to the side of the cabin where Patrick had put in a bike rack, since we both rode them. After that, I walked back to the front of the house and up the steps to sit down in one of the rocking chairs on the front porch. I watched the dogs dart around, making their scent on everything. I looked across the road to Lake Honey Springs, wondering where in the world Daisy Lemon was. Not that I would take Stephen Lemon up on his offer to represent him during his police interrogations, but there were some things about his behavior that did raise a brow. He claimed his lawyer was on the way, but had some other business to attend to first. I still wasn't sure if I should help him or not. The fact that he was on the phone the entire time, worrying about the insurance money, was enough to raise a red flag for me. He was more desperate to get the money than to grieve his wife's kidnapping. Granted, he needed the money to give to the kidnapper to get his beloved Daisy back, but he was a huge Hollywood producer who had people who could do the legwork for him. Then it struck me. How had Loretta known Daisy was wearing the jewels in the photo the kidnapper had sent? The crunching gravel under tires brought me out of my thoughts and made them completely disappear when I saw Patrick's truck coming up the driveway. Pepper headed up to the porch to me while Sassy ran off to her daddy. You are such a sweet boy. I bent down to pet the salt and pepper schnauzer I'd gotten from the Pet Palace, Honey Springs' local SPCA. Any news on Daisy? Patrick asked when he walked up on the porch and gave me a kiss on my cheek. None. I pulled my phone out from my pocket.
I want to call Loretta Beebe. She knew about the kidnapping photo, and it's not been released. Roxy. Patrick's voice changed to his be responsible voice. You need to stay out of this. You don't have a dog in this fight. Heck, I don't. I beg to differ. Have you seen what they're saying about the Bean Hive? Serving up kidnapping lattes daily is just one example. I'll be out of business before the end of the week if I don't figure out who took her and where. You're serious. There was a dumbfounded look on his face, like he couldn't believe it. Excuse me, I stuck out my hand. Let me introduce you to your wife. Have you ever known me not to stick my nose into a crime that involves my coffee house? I was afraid of this when I heard you saw Daisy get kidnapped. I wondered how long it was going to take that little mind of yours to come up with some sort of excuse to dig in and investigate. He shook his head. I was happy there wasn't a disappointed look on his face. So, you're not mad that I'm going to represent Loretta Beebe and possibly Stephen Lemon. I said it so fast I wanted my words to run together so it blurred in his ears. But he heard every word. You've got to be kidding me. He ran his hands through his hair. I don't even know why I asked that question. Come on, let's get supper on. He reached out for my hand and pulled me close. The first sign of any danger, you promise you tell Shepard. I don't trust that husband. Promise. I sealed it with a kiss. The spaghetti and jarred sauce were not what I would have cooked, but it was what Patrick made, and I wasn't going to complain. He even made extra pasta for Sassy and Pepper. I sat at the small table in the kitchen and looked over the top of the laptop into the family room, where Patrick was sitting on the couch with the fur babies. Each one had his chin on his legs, looking up at him lovingly. He patted them both while he watched the nightly news. I kept one ear open to see if there were any updates about Daisy while I was busy Googling the Bean Hive. The social media tags had gotten worse, with photos of the Hollywood actress's face floating in the cream of lattes and terrible plays on words to go along with it. Why don't you stop looking at all of that? Patrick looked over his arm that he'd rested on the back of the couch. Come sit with me, and let's talk about the house. The house. I didn't want to talk about the house. The house was the only thing Patrick and I didn't agree on in our marriage. The house was Aunt Maxie's old house that Patrick and his father had bought when Aunt Maxie had to declare bankruptcy. It was the house that made me not like Patrick before I knew he'd saved her from bankruptcy. It was a grudge I'd held against him because I hadn't lived here and I didn't really know what had happened. Aunt Maxie had kept a tight lip and told me only that she'd sold her dream house that had the perfect view of Lake Honey Springs. When I realized Patrick Kane had purchased it, well, let's say it wasn't good. I'd held harsh feelings for the man I now called my husband for a long time, and I should have known better. I thought he'd taken Aunt Maxie's dream home from her, when in reality, he was helping her out of a bad financial situation. Fast forward to tonight, and he wanted to live in the house, and I didn't. What is there to talk about? I shut the laptop and left it on the table. He was right about needing a break from all the chaos, but discussing the house wasn't a break at all. I thought we agreed not to talk about it. I walked over to the couch. Pepper jumped up, wagging his tail, giving me room to sit between him and Patrick. That was last October when we got married, and you refused to move in. He put his arm around me, and Pepper glued himself to my leg. Sassy, well, she was in love with Patrick, and nothing I did fazed her. If she could have made me disappear, she would have. It's been sitting all winter long. It's a gorgeous house, and Aunt Maxie wanted people to live in it. Patrick was trying his hardest to get me to sell the house. We're spending hundreds of unnecessary dollars on bills like electric bills, gas, and sewage, just to name a few. That's her dream house. I can't do it. She's only saying that you can sell it because she loves us." I stared straight ahead and thought about Daisy. Was she in a warm house? Had she eaten? Roxy, with the coffeehouse bills and Kane Construction being light on jobs, we've got to dump something. It was the first time I'd ever heard him allude to the fact that we could be having financial problems. "Are we in trouble?" I jerked around and looked at him. I could feel the stress lines forming along my forehead. "Not yet, but," he said. "Then good. We can talk about it when we're in trouble." I turned back around, laid my head on his shoulder, and closed my eyes. 7. The warm morning air whipped across my face as the pavement glided under the wheels of my bike. Pepper was nestled in the front basket with his nose in the air, taking in all the early morning smells from all the critters that like to roam around these parts in the dark. If it weren't for the millions of glowing stars in the sky, the 4:30 a.m. bike ride on the curvy old country road to the boardwalk would have been all sorts of creepy. It was bad enough Daisy was kidnapped, but to know the kidnapper was still on the loose made my skin crawl with the chills. I wasn't a detective, but being a lawyer and knowing how time was precious in kidnapping cases, I knew the more time that went by without making contact with the kidnapper, the less likely it was going to be that Daisy would be returned, or at least returned alive. Off in the distance, the cute carriage lights from the boardwalk glowed. Kane Construction had put them in during the renovation of the boardwalk, and they were beautiful. Patrick really did nice work. My legs started to pedal faster because I needed a good cup of coffee to settle my nerves. And a good slice of fresh blueberry crumb cake I was going to have to make since yesterday's was all eaten up. Thump, thump. The tires crossed over the wooden boards of the boardwalk, echoing off the trees and the lake, breaking the silence. The dark silence. "Let's get in here, buddy." I walked the bike to the door of the coffee shop and quickly unlocked the door, guiding the bike inside. The first thing I did was run my hand up the inside wall to turn the lights on. Then I took Pepper out of the basket once the inside was lit up. He rushed over to his bowl to see what was waiting for him. Becca English, my afternoon staff who was a high school student, loved to leave him little surprises. While he gobbled up whatever she'd left for him, I walked over to the fireplace and hit the switch to turn it on. I would have much rather have a real fire in the fireplace, like I had in the past couple of years, but I'd gotten a little nervous since my cabin had had a small house fire. Granted, it turned out to be arson and a conversation for another time, but it still made me nervous. Over the winter, Patrick had come into the coffee house when there were a few inches of snow on the ground and noticed it was lit. Next to the crackling fire was one of our customers' favorite spot to sit. Patrick was so sweet. He installed gas logs that made the same crackling noise. It was much easier to flip a switch and not have to start a real fire. Though I still longed for the real thing, it was my peace of mind that mattered. Besides, today's warm weather wouldn't require a fire. It was more for the ambiance and cozy feel it gave the coffee house, which I was more interested in. Our town needed a warm, cozy hug, and if I could give them a slice of it in my part of the world, I was going to try real hard. It was nice to see how all the cafe tables were cleaned off and ready to go for the morning crowd that would soon be here about 6 a.m. The industrial pots were all ready to start the brewing process. I hit the brew buttons on my way into the kitchen, where I turned the stoves on. The first thing I was going to get done was get the blueberry crumb cakes in the oven, then retrieve from the freezer the other items I'd already made up and were basic menu items. Though the Bean Hive was a coffee house, I also served a simple lunch. I kept it simple by making it all week long and easy enough to make beforehand. This week it was the Kentucky Benedictine sandwich with little kettle chips and a nice juicy pickle on the side. The cucumber and cream cheese with some dill and other ingredients on a nice soft white bread was a Kentucky staple. I enjoyed making food that was known in our area. It was also a perfect light lunch to have while sitting at one of the outside tables on the beautiful spring day we were supposed to have. Only I wasn't sure if anyone would be sitting outside or even coming in today. But I was going to go about my business and act as though the same rush crowds would be in, regardless of what was going on with Daisy and how my coffee house had been wrongly portrayed in the social media with all those negative comments about the latte. How about some kibble? I had grabbed the room temperature butter and a bag of sugar from the dry ingredients shelf. When I turned around, Pepper was staring at me with his big, round, black eyes. He danced at the word kibble, wagging his stumpy tail. I opened the plastic container under the center aisle workstation in the kitchen and filled the scoop before taking it to his bowl. A light rap on the window, coming from the shop, had caused me to nearly jump out of my skin, especially when Pepper darted to the door and had that protective, deeper bark that sent goosebumps all along my neck. The shadow of someone waving from the other side put me a little more at ease, since it wasn't so unusual for someone to show up and hang out while I got the coffee house ready to open. By the look of the spiky shadow of hair on the top of their head, I knew it had to be my aunt. Aunt Maxie! I quickly opened the door and let her in. Get in here. She put her bike in the bike rack. When she hurried past me, I couldn't help but look down the boardwalk and see if anyone was there. There was a silhouette walking toward the coffee house. "Roxy, is that you?" Loretta's voice echoed, making Lake Honey Springs ripple where she'd already scared the fish. "Good morning, Loretta." I greeted her and held the door open, locking it behind me after she entered. "Have you heard anything? What did Stephen say?" Aunt Maxie had already gone around the counter and taken the carafes for the coffee bar and put them in place before fixing herself a cup. It was nice how she knew the opening chores and automatically did them, even though she didn't work here. "Loretta, you want a cup?" she asked. Loretta nodded and met her over at the coffee stand, where they poured all sorts of extras into the mugs. They made their way over to the counter, where I'd gotten some of the items from the kitchen to put in the display cases. I had to fill items like our usual quiches, donuts, and muffins, along with displaying the small chalkboards with the daily special written on them. "I've heard nothing about my jewels, and you can print that." Loretta pointed to Granny's hobo purse she'd flung on the counter. "I know I'm not going to get those back. What kidnapper will be stupid enough to give them back when they give back Daisy?" "If they give back Daisy," Aunt Maxie noted over the top of the steam rolling from her coffee. Loretta's fingertips picked at the edges of her short black hair. "You think you can wrangle me up a little breakfast? After all, I'm helping Maxie with finding Daisy." "You two?" I wagged my finger between them when I walked over to the quiches to grab Loretta one of the tomato and feta cheese slices, her favorite. Pepper had gone back into the kitchen to finish up the kibble. "We got some photos to look after." Loretta had a funny way with words. You would never know she was wealthy. "So you got those photos?" Aunt Maxie dug down in the hobo purse and pulled out an envelope, and just as Loretta went to take it, she snatched it back. "I want to make sure we have a mutual understanding." Aunt Maxie's eyes lowered. Loretta gave her a blank stare. "You give me, and only me, the exclusive interview when this is all said and done to add for my piece to the People magazine. I mean every single piece of evidence, shred of detail, nothing is left unturned that they find out about your jewelry." "Yes, Maxie." Loretta put one hand on her chest and one in the air like she was pledging allegiance. "Hand to God. Now give me the photos." "Fine." She smacked the envelope into Loretta's outstretched hand. "I've got them categorized for you from the beginning to the end.
Have you talked to Chrissy Lane, Roxy?"
"I have not." I glanced over at the table where Loretta had emptied the envelope. There were hundreds of photos.
"It's gonna take you a few to go through them, but I noticed a few people hung around while the movie was being filmed."
Aunt Maxie started to point out photos she was talking about.
"Look at this one."
Aunt Maxie handed me a photo of the pregnant woman Patrick had been talking to that morning.
"You see that envelope she handed that man?" Aunt Maxie asked. "See anything different?"
"Yeah." Upon closer inspection, I said, "It's like the others." I saw nothing different.
"No, it's not. You think it is, but there's writing on this one."
She pointed out something very faint on the photo. "Now you're grasping at straws." I shook my head and looked at Loretta. I picked up a couple more photos. Mostly they were of Daisy talking to the key grip or camera crew. "I guess you're going to need to give me a description of all the jewels you let them borrow, the agreement you had them sign, and the value," I said in an exhausted admission that I would take on her case.
"Agreement?"
Loretta's head jerked up from looking at the photos. Her hands fell to the table.
"What kind of agreement?"
"You did have them sign some sort of contract about using your jewelry, didn't you?" I asked. She didn't need to answer. From the pause and the look on her face, there was not an agreement.
"No, but she's clearly wearing my jewelry in the kidnapper's photo." She jabbed her finger at Aunt Maxie. "Show her, Maxine."
"Where did you get the kidnapping photo?" I directed my question to Aunt Maxie.
"From Stephen's phone."
She nodded. "You have access to his phone?" I questioned.
"Nope, but he's been using the Cocoon Hotel's business center. I've seen him in there a time or two since I've been keeping a timeline of the events of filming for my People magazine post." She looked over at Loretta. "I thought it would be a nice added touch to the bottom of the pages of my spread on how they worked." "That would be a nice touch to an article," Loretta said. She and Aunt Maxie carried on.
"Back to my question about the photo," I hurried her along. "I still had the crumb cakes to make and get into the oven before we opened."
"He has an iPhone and would plug it into the computer in the business center. I wondered if there was anything transferred to the hard drive."
Aunt Maxie had really gotten into this article, and apparently there wasn't anything that was going to hold her back.
"I pretended to be a guest, so when he left the business center, I got on that computer he used. He never logged off."
"He never logged off?" This had gotten interesting. "What site was he on?"
"I don't know. How am I supposed to know that?"
Her eyes snapped at me.
"Oh, I thought you were going to tell me something we could use for Loretta's case." I waved her off and headed to the swinging door of the kitchen. "But you still didn't tell me how you got the photo." "His Google Photos were up on the screen."
She acted so nonchalant.
"And it just so happened the photo was up there." "Let me see it again," Loretta begged. "I've got to get those back."
Her brows dipped and her mouth frowned. Aunt Maxie dug deep into her hobo bag and retrieved her phone. She punched the screen with her fingers, way harder than she needed to.
"That necklace was one of my favorites in my collection."
Loretta had taken Aunt Maxie's phone and used her fingers to enlarge the photo. "We're going to need that photo for our case," I pointed out to Loretta and headed into the kitchen to get the crumb cakes made. While they concocted their plan, I gathered the rest of the ingredients that included butter, sugar, eggs, vanilla, flour, baking powder, salt, and the blueberries. The electric mixer roared to life, letting my stress float away. I could feel my shoulders slipping from my earlobes, which it felt like they'd grown to over the last 12 hours. The combination of butter, sugar, eggs, and vanilla warmed the air with a fresh scent of happiness that would soon be touching the souls of all the customers who came into the coffee house today. Soon after I added the milk and gently folded in the blueberries, the batter was in the lightly greased baking pans, and into the oven they went. I could hear Aunt Maxie and Loretta, and what I would like to say was a discussion of something, but their volume told me it was much more of a lively type of discussion, if you know what I mean. I set the timer and headed back out to see what they weren't agreeing on. "What's going on with you two?" I picked up a few of the photos. Aunt Maxie had taken photos of the set along the boardwalk from the parking lot. She had photos of the trucks coming in and the big limousine buses carrying the actors when they first arrived in town. She had several photos of me standing in front on the makeshift red carpet on the Southern Women's Club. Stephen Lemon had asked me to be the coffee and sweet supplier for the production company. There were photos of us shaking hands. The photos did show Stephen doting on Daisy, his hand never leaving the small of her back in any of the photos. "Have you no shame?" I asked Aunt Maxie when I noticed she'd taken a photo of Daisy in the coffeehouse's small bathroom. "Girl talk," Aunt Maxie shrugged. "She needed a bottle of water." Aunt Maxie pointed to the hobo purse before she dug down and fetched out one of those tiny bottles of water. "She takes all sorts of supplements to keep her appetite suppressed. Keep her body in perfect form," she said. "She takes all sorts of homeopathic vitamins, and that's what she was doing in there so no one would see her. Takes them the same time every day," she said. "That's fine and dandy," I said, but quickly noted to ask her husband about those vitamins, because if she was taking some sort of expensive vitamins, maybe the kidnapper knew that too. But she clearly didn't pose for this one. "Yeah, I was taking it through the crack of the door while I was in the stall," she laughed. "Paparazzi style." "These are great," I said about the photos she'd taken of the boardwalk. "You do have a good eye." I looked through the ones where Aunt Maxie was positioned behind the counter of the coffee house that faced the wall of windows to the outside, capturing the sun filtering through, making a natural spotlight on Daisy. She is beautiful. Sickeningly so. Aunt Maxie jumped up and rushed over to the swinging kitchen door when the timer went off. "I'm starving. This detective work makes me hungry." As I laughed at her comment, my eye caught something in one of the photos that Aunt Maxie had taken at the lake, pointing the lens up toward the boardwalk. Even though the lens was focused on Daisy standing next to one of the tractor trailers, there was an old pickup truck that looked eerily like the one I'd seen, the one that the kidnapper had put Daisy in. "Aunt Maxie!" I jerked around, nearly knocking the hot red velvet cookie from her hand. "Sorry," I grimaced. "What kind of truck do you see in this photo?" I shoved it in her face. "Did you find something?" Loretta had plopped one of the red velvet cookies Aunt Maxie had put on a plate in the middle of the photos on the table. Loretta took a couple of steps toward us and looked over our shoulders. "I think this is the truck the kidnapper drove." I handed it to her. "To think that my photos might have the kidnapper's truck." Aunt Maxie said it like it was a prize or something. Then Loretta took the photo. "I see it. I see the truck." There was some excitement in Loretta's tone. "In this particular shot, I was going for the light, and how Daisy played it like it was a spotlight on her when the camera wasn't even rolling. She was so good at doing that," Aunt Maxie said. "I didn't even notice the truck." "Yeah, I see a red truck," Loretta nodded, both of us ignoring Aunt Maxie as she talked about the angles and stuff I didn't know or care to know about at this moment. She took the photo from me. "Is there a white strip there?" I asked. "Yep, I believe this is an old 1979 Ford." Loretta brought the photo up to her face a little more. "How do you know the year?" I asked and went to the other side of her to look. "You see this right here?" She pointed to the bend in the back passenger panel over the top of the exhaust pipe. "That is where the red reflector went, right here." She pointed to the front passenger panel over the front wheel. "This is a yellow one. These were made for the 1979 Ford." My jaw dropped. From diamonds to trucks. Who knew Loretta Beebe was so knowledgeable? "I grew up with 4 brothers.
Don't look so shocked. I'm not stupid, just a lady." She drew her chin up in the air and looked down her nose at me. "Have you ever seen this truck around here before?" I asked, and headed back to the kitchen to check on the crumb cakes. I had to cut a couple of them into pieces while keeping a couple whole to display. "No," Loretta answered loud enough for me to hear her. "I pay no attention to things of that nature." "Let me see," I heard Aunt Maxie's voice. "You're so rude," Loretta's voice carried. I shoved my way through the kitchen swinging door with both hands carrying the crumb cakes.
"Where did Aunt Maxie go?" I asked when I noticed she wasn't in there.
"That crazy coot. She grabbed the photo from me and took off." Loretta rubbed her hand. "She's got no manners. I have no idea how you turned out so good, since it was her that you spent your summers with." I smiled, but my mind was reeling. What was Aunt Maxie thinking, I wondered? I headed back to the kitchen to retrieve the donuts I'd taken from the freezer to the oven, along with more muffins and quiches, so everything would be ready to replenish when the morning crowd came in. I heard the bell ding over the coffee shop door. There was some mumbling. "People magazine?" Chrissy lifted her hand to her chest and looked at me when I came back out of the kitchen. "Oh my, that is wonderful." "What's wonderful?" I asked and headed over to the brewing teapots. The tea bar had just been stocked with several different teas, and it was almost time to open. "That crazy Maxine Bloom almost ran over poor Chrissy a while ago, muttering something about People magazine," Loretta shrugged. "I do look at People online every morning." I flipped the closed sign on the door to open. The three of us continued our conversation about Honey Springs and how awful it was that Daisy had been taken. "Are you headed back to work today?" I asked Chrissy. "No, I'm here because Spencer asked me to come and answer some more questions." She shrugged. We all looked up when Spencer Shepard walked into the coffee house, along with a couple of the remaining crew members he'd not been able to interview last night. "Hey, Roxy." He nodded. His eyes scanned down the counter and fixed on the red velvet cookies. "You can have some." I had the joy of seeing something as simple as a cookie bring a sheriff like Spencer to act like a little boy. "I'll get you a cup of coffee, too." He and the women had some polite conversation while I asked the crew members if they would like to have some coffee and something to eat. "Did you get my jewels back?" Loretta asked Spencer. "Did you file a report?" he asked her back. "Roxy, did we file a report?" She leaned over her shoulder and looked at me past Spencer's shoulder. "I don't know, did you?" I asked her. "I told you all the things we need." "Fine." She took the last sip from her mug. "I'll be back. I'm going to the station to file a report." "I hope you don't mind if I question them in here." Spencer had come back to the counter, where I was putting 2 mugs of hot coffee, a piece of crumb cake, and a piece of the bacon quiche on a tray to carry over to the couple of crew members. "I don't want them to leave the scene, and I'm thinking about taking all the police tape down so you can at least try to get back to normal around here." "Normal?" I laughed. "I'm not sure if anything will be normal until Daisy is found." "Chrissy, I'll take your statement first." Spencer pointed over to the cafe table nearest the counter. "Please state your name and how long you were with Daisy Lemon and why." "My name is Chrissy." She leaned over the table and spoke very clearly into the tape recorder. C-R... "No need to spell it," he told her. "Just talk like we're here having some coffee." "Why didn't you say that?" Chrissy sat back a little more relaxed. "Like a date?" She winked at the hunky single sheriff. He stared at her. "I was contacted by Daisy's agent, Emma Tommy. Something or other. You know those Hollywood types with them funny names." She talked with her hands. "Anyway, she said they like to use locals as much as they could when they come in to film in small towns, and that she would like me to do Daisy's hair and makeup on the set." "Of course." Chrissy's face was as bright as a new lamp bulb,
lit up with pride. I said yes, but there was a catch. They sent me the dye for Chrissy's hair and the products to use, along with specific instructions. She had to have special dye, something about chemicals or something, but I told her I had something better. She told me to use mine because she didn't care about the chemicals anymore. You mean to tell me that blonde hair of hers comes from a bottle? I asked, interrupting. Mm-hmm. Chrissy's lips pinched and her head nodded, scooting herself up to the edge of the chair. I couldn't believe it either. But don't you worry, I didn't use hers. I used mine, and I think she looked great. Ladies, Spencer clapped his hands for us to get back to the interview, and both of us jumped. Chrissy, please, stay focused and continue. Fine. She sat back and crossed her arms. Anyways, I showed up at 4 a.m. It's a long day for her. A few customers had come in, the usual teachers that came in before they headed to school. They always used the coffee bar and rarely got a specialty drink, which meant they didn't need me. Their money clinked in the jar, and off they went. I sit in the trailer and wait for her to come back in between takes. Then if there's a media event, like when she comes out and hands out her photos, I have to go out there and make sure she's touched up before someone takes a photo. Chrissy's head slowly turned toward the crew. You mentioned photos. Is that what she was handing out to the crowd? Spencer asked. Yes. She has stacks of them in the trailer, and it was easy for her to grab a handful and just give them out instead of spending so much time giving autographs. What if someone wanted their name on it? I asked. Roxy. Spencer jerked around. Are you performing the interview or me? Sorry, I whispered and shrugged as I walked back toward the coffee bar. I straightened all the things on the bar that were already straight, but my curiosity about Chrissy's answers to Spencer's questions had my ears open. I asked her that same question when she tried to give me one. I handed it right back to her and told her I wanted my name on it. Chrissy acted offended. She gave me a special one, then said that she'd act like she didn't hear people when they asked her to personalize it, that she loved playing the dumb actress. She scooted up on the edge of the stool again and used her pointer finger to jab the bar top. Let me tell you, she's not dumb at all. She's a smart businesswoman and really knows about vitamins and such. Tell me about her vitamins. Spencer took interest. Well, she took all sorts. I don't know what, but she did. She made sure to keep up with her lifestyle of ripping and running. She told me all about going to these holistic doctors and such. She gave me a name when I told her my hands were starting to get arthritis. She slid back on the stool. Do you have that name? He asked. No, she said. I'm sure her husband or someone does. Thanks for meeting me here. Spencer flipped the notebook and took the tape recorder off the bar top. Is that all? She asked him. That's it. Thank you. He looked over at the crew and waved one over. The young man with the baseball cap on, brown hair barely sticking out of the back, stood about 5'7", a little weight to him, and was dressed in jeans, t-shirt, and a pair of sneakers. He sauntered over and slid up on the stool. Wesley Miles, key grip. Wesley took off his cap and put his hand out for Spencer to shake. I immediately recognized him from some of Aunt Maxie's photos of Daisy on the set. I go by Wes. He had a northern accent. Hold up. Let me start the tape recorder. Spencer wrote something on that notepad and clicked the recorder on. My name is Wesley Miles. I've worked with Lemon Productions for 15 years. I'm a key grip. His voice trembled. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous sitting in front of the sheriff. It's fine. Just remember that we are here to help find Daisy. Spencer seemed to be trying to help calm him. Tell me what a key grip does. My responsibility is to build and maintain all the equipment that supports cameras. This might include things like tripods, dollies, tracks, jibs, cranes, and the static rigs. All of these things are needed to shoot a movie. Some of the equipment is heavy. I'm the head key grip, so that means I have to make sure that all the people under me know how to use it and keep it all maintained. He knew his stuff. I grabbed a couple of the warm red velvet cookies and put them on a plate. I was having a hard time hearing over the new group of customers who had come in and sat down on the couches next to the fireplace. "How close did you work with Daisy?" When Spencer asked, my ears perked even more. Spencer glared at me when I put the plate down in between them. "We really don't talk to the actors in the movies. We listen to the directors and what their vision of the scene might be to get the good angles. We have so many cameras going at once to ensure all the angles the director has in mind are there. They're the ones who decide what scenes to keep or put on the floor." He popped a cookie into his mouth. "On the floor?" Spencer asked. "Yeah, cut. It's an industry term." He picked up his coffee cup and took a drink. "Gosh, I have had the best food since I've been here." "Do you find Daisy attractive?" Spencer's voice came over my shoulder as I walked over to the group near the fireplace to grab their orders. "Hi there," I whispered, knowing the group would have to stop talking to hear me. I had the odd ability to talk and listen at the same time, but only if the people I was talking to were quiet, making me able to listen to the conversation across the room between Spencer and Wes. "Are you asking if Daisy and I had some sort of romantic relations?" he asked. "Because if you are, I'm gay, and I've got a spouse waiting for me back in California." "I'm just exploring all options." Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Spencer note his response in the notebook. "You obviously see things that Mr. Lemon or Daisy wouldn't want out into the public eye, like affairs, Daisy eating meat." Wes laughed. "She did eat meat." He looked over at me. Our eyes caught. "I know she told people she didn't, but she did. Not a lot, but at least at each town we'd shoot in while I worked on the set, she'd get samples of the local specialty." "Stephen didn't know?" Spencer asked, and Stephen seemed so adamant that Daisy didn't eat meat when I'd made the comment about her ordering my ham and cheese quiche. "We would like 4 Hollywood kidnap lattes." The group looked up from the couches. "You know, the one that's the rave on Twitter?" "Yeah, I'm aware, but it's called Star Studded Latte," I corrected them. "Are you from around here or visiting?" You never knew, because we were a tourist lake town. Many different families and couples and friends came to Honey Springs to rent cabins. "We drove here for the famous latte." One of them pointed to the menu. "I'd like a piece of blueberry crumb cake, too." "Make that 3 more," another one of them said. Mr. Lemon didn't know she ate meat. I noticed Wes shake his head when I did a drive-by their way to hear anything else before I had to go make the customers their lattes. Daisy said he'd go nuts if she did. She had to maintain the perfect size so the camera didn't add any extra weight. It was almost the exact same thing she said to me and that I'd told Spencer. Goosebumps traveled up my arm all along the back of my neck, making all the little fine hairs stand up. "Did you notice anyone hanging around the set that wasn't supposed to be there?" Spencer asked, receiving a shake of the head. "Anything unusual?" The man shook his head. "How long are you planning on staying in town?" Spencer asked. "We're loading up now that you cleared the movie set on the boardwalk and it can come down. We're hoping to get on the road early in the morning since we weren't able to leave now. We've got to be on set in a different state." He sat back in the seat. "I'm off for a few." "I'm going to have to tell you that you can't leave until we clear everyone, so you're probably looking at another day." Spencer's words were met with a long sigh from Wes, and the 2 crew members looked at each other, giving an eye roll. "Does Mr. Lemon know?" "I'm sure Mr. Lemon wants to find his wife and probably doesn't care about other films right now. How well do you know Daisy?" "Just enough to do all the films she's in with Lemon Productions. I mean, we all have these long days. I know her best angles since I've worked with them for so long. But as far as personally, none. Mr. Lemon doesn't mix business and personal at all." Wes drummed his fingers on the tabletop. "How long have you worked for Lemon Productions?" Spencer continued with more questions. I headed back to the counter to start on those lattes, but I made sure to keep my ear to the ground to hear what he had to say. "I've been there since right out of high school, which was about 15 years. He never once paused. Reading body language was very important while doing interviews. I knew that from my own interrogations as a lawyer. I could tell you a lot about the person. The film crew knows that we are not to be seen or heard from. We do our job and get out. The stars of the show are to be front and center. I found that to be an interesting statement. Is that the kidnapper? Wes asked Spencer when Spencer abruptly looked at the phone. Isn't that Stephen's phone? You can go. Spencer looked up from the phone and stared at Wes. Spencer? I hollered from across the coffee house as I put the customers' crumb cakes on the antique plates. He walked over. If that's the kidnapper, I need to know since I'm Stephen Lemon's local lawyer. I put the knife down and ran my hands down the apron. He paused. His mouth opened. I watched his face contort as he pondered what I said. It's another note from Daisy's phone and reads, Meet me by the fork in the road today at 4 p.m. Put the bag of money next to the stop sign, and when I confirm the cash is all there, I'll tell you where to pick up your beloved Daisy. He turned Stephen's phone around. There was a photo of Daisy, still gagged, with all the jewels around her neck. 8. The coffee house was a lot busier than I'd thought it was going to be, thanks to the hashtag #KidnapLatte, making the Bean Hive a little more popular than I wished it was. Write it as long as you can. Bunny Bowowski had gotten to work a little earlier than normal. That means advertising. Advertising? I questioned what she had up her sleeve. We've never done any advertising. Today we start. Get your kidnap latte today. She was busy writing on the tinted chalkboard of the daily specials, which we put out on the boardwalk to lure customers in. Bunny, I gasped after I read what she wrote on the chalkboard. That's not good advertising. It implies that our coffee had everything to do with Daisy. It certainly doesn't. These people are curious to see what Daisy was drinking before she got kidnapped, and we are gonna ride the wave. She and I looked out at the coffee house. It was very busy with customers I'd never seen before, and all of them had ordered the Star Studded Latte, also known as the Kidnap Latte, which was exactly how Bunny had written it on the chalkboard, with a Bean Hive cup with a skull on it instead of the real logo. Can I help you? I asked the young lady, who had walked up to the counter, putting my argument with Bunny on hold. I'll have a kidnap latte along with a ham and cheese quiche. The girl smiled. Told ya. Bunny's face lit up. It'll be right up, Bunny told the girl. Do you want extra whip like Daisy ordered? She asked the girl. Terrible, I grumbled under my breath and grabbed the sign to stick outside, leaving Bunny to fix the girl's order. Pepper hopped up from his bed and followed me to the door. The sun was shining, the birds were chirping, and the trees had finally shown their vibrant greens along the lake's shoreline. The wildflowers painted the tree line. It was gorgeous. It's going to be a beautiful day. Louise Carlton, the owner of Pet Palace, was walking up to the coffee house with a cat carrier in her grip. It sure is. After I adjusted the sign, I bent down to look into the carrier. Oh, a tabby cat this week. She's a sweetie, too. Louise put the carrier down and let Pepper smell the cage. The bracelets along her arm jingled together as she brushed her hands through her bangs, sending a piece of her silver bob behind her ear. Do you think you can take her with everything going on? Do you mean Daisy? I asked. Yeah, her brows furrowed. I absolutely think we can get her a forever home. I emphasized fur. Both of us laughed. I didn't have to tell her there were more customers due to the fact that they were curious, and there was a good chance the cat would be adopted. Pet Palace was our version of a local SPCA. It was different because it was a no-kill shelter, and people in our community volunteered to keep it running. I went on Sunday afternoons. The Bean Hive was closed on Sunday. It was a perfect day for me to come in, bake all the usual items for the week, and get my specialty items planned and shopped for, as well as any sort of business things I needed to get done, like inventory, taxes, and groceries. After I did all of that, I would drive my car, since Pet Palace was located on the north end of Honey Springs and a little too far to bike to, out to the shelter and do whatever was needed. I'd clean the animals' cages, washed the blankets up, cleaned in general, played with them and fed them. Anything to make sure it was a clean and happy home for the animals that had yet to be placed with their new families. When I opened the Bean Hive, I got a special permit to have animals in the coffee house. Some people might think it was gross, but I didn't care. It allowed me to invite one of the Pet Palace animals into the coffee house. That way, during the week, the animal would act as if it were in a home environment. The animal was able to play and be around Pepper and now Sassy to see if they liked to be around other animals. It was a great way to showcase the animal to find it a home. I'd had a 100% adoption rate. Sassy was a prime example. She took to Patrick Kane like I took to Patrick Kane. Instantly, I knew they were meant for each other. It took Patrick a little coaxing, but he loved her too. Pepper licked the cage door, and the tabby cat meowed. See? Fast friends already. I stood back up and looked down the boardwalk toward the Cocoon Inn. There were news media crews set up in the parking lot, and I knew I had to see Stephen Lemon before any sort of drop-off or before he talked to the media. On advice of counsel, of course. Why don't you leave everything with Bunny? Because I've got to get to the Cocoon. I made a mental note to grab the cat tree Patrick had made with some of the leftover carpet from one of his construction jobs. He was so cute when he gave it to me to use in the coffee house when Louise brought a cat. He made it in 2 pieces that screwed together to make a nice tree to climb and a couple of places to lie and hide. After I went back into the Bean Hive to tell Bunny where I was going and grabbed the carafes of coffee and sweet treats I provided for the hospitality room at the Cocoon Hotel, I flung my bag across my body before I headed down to the hotel. Pepper and I passed the Queen of the Day Boutique and the Bee's Knees Bakery, Buzz In and Out Diner, Honeycomb Salon, and Wild and Whimsy Antique Store, which happened to be my second favorite shop on the boardwalk. The marina was located on the far end and off the boardwalk. Pepper did his business while I glanced over all the boats that had so much life. The marina was buzzing with boaters, fishermen, and people who loved to hang out on the lake. It was like a city all of its own. If I closed my eyes, I could hear the rumble of the engines echoing off the lake and the smell of gas that Big Bib, the owner of the marina, was pumping into the boats for the owners, getting them gassed up for the day. Off in the distance was the Cocoon Hotel. It was the only hotel in our small Kentucky town. There were so many cabins to rent, the Cocoon Hotel was normally not booked. But that didn't stop Kami Montgomery from ordering coffee and a sweet treat from me for her hospitality area. Along the sidewalk leading up to the hotel, the camera crews had started setting up the perfect shot of the historic white mansion that was built in 1841 and had been in Kami's family for years. Kami had hired Kane Construction to help reconstruct the old structure into an amazing hotel that was situated right on Lake Honey Springs and was able to keep the cozy character. The 2-story white brick hotel with the double porches across both stories was something to behold. I wish she had something new for him to do to keep his mind off the house he wanted to sell. Pepper and I darted past the news crews, though I did hear them talking about how charming Honey Springs was, and I'd secretly hoped they would paint our town in a good light in spite of why they were here. This news, albeit awful, brought business to the Bean Hive, but could also go the other way and freak tourists away from our town. That would be disastrous. I'm so glad you are here. Walker, Kami's husband, was behind the counter. Pepper ran over to Walker. He knew there were treats behind the counter for him. It was funny how all the owners of the shops along Lake Honey Springs and the boardwalk had special treats for Pepper. You've got to talk some sense into her.
She's tearing about the hotel looking for those stupid phone books." He shook his head. "She even made me late taking Amelia to school." "I'm sorry. It has to be frustrating for her," I said over my shoulder and walked into the hospitality room to the right. Stephen, just the man I wanted to see. There was a man sitting with Stephen that I didn't recognize. He had on a three-piece suit and some shiny shoes. His hand was firmly placed on Stephen's back as though he were offering moral support.
"Actually, I'm here to see you."
I looked down at the bag on the ground next to Stephen's feet.
"This is Perry Whitaker, the Lemon Productions insurance agent."
Stephen must have noticed me looking at the bag. "Is that the insurance money?" I asked. The man gave me a strange look, as though he wasn't very trusting of who I was. "I'm Roxy Bloom, Stephen's attorney here in Honey Springs, offering advice during the process of getting Daisy back until his representation makes it to town." I assured him I was on the up and up and could be trusted, which I hope to be this afternoon.
"This afternoon?"
Stephen got excited.
"Nice to meet you."
Perry addressed me and put a hand out to settle Stephen down.
"I'm going to need your police report and any sort of correspondence recorded between the kidnapper and my client."
There was a ransom note sent to Stephen's phone from Daisy's. The kidnapper is still on for today at 4 p.m. at a location that seemed very odd to me. It's the fork in the road out on a country road. I watched the two of them to see their body language. "Spencer Shepard should be able to send us the correspondence for your records, and we can coordinate with him to drop the money off."
"That's wonderful."
Perry's voice rose. "Isn't that great, Stephen?"
"Yes."
Stephen started to tear up. He took a handkerchief from his pocket and dabbed at his nose.
"Roxy, Stephen."
Spencer walked into the hospitality room.
"I'm glad we're all here. Did Roxy tell you about the drop today?"
"Yes, you've got to get my wife back." Stephen sobbed and looked out the window. I wasn't sure if he was playing it up for the cameras that were outside and hoping they'd get a shot of him, but it did seem like it. "Sheriff," I addressed Spencer so he would know I meant business. "The ransom money is in the bag."
"I'll be more than happy to hold that money for you since there's no way I'm going to let you do the drop,"
Spencer informed Stephen. "What do you mean? If the kidnapper sees a cop, they might kill her." He picked up the bag and hugged it close to his body like a baby. "I can't let you get her killed." "He has a point," I said.
"I'm going to message the kidnapper back in hopes they will turn the phone back on. I'm going to tell them you will be there and have a plainclothes deputy with you. You won't be going alone."
There was no negotiation in Spencer's voice since he'd given us a little inch.
"I think that's a good idea, Stephen."
Perry was on the side of finding Daisy. Instantly, I liked him. "The sheriff has way more experience in this matter than you," Perry said. "Don't you want Daisy's kidnapper to be brought to justice? If you just hand over the money, they will run and maybe keep Daisy." "We can use my car," I suggested. It was met with head nods. "I only care about getting my wife." He looked between Perry and me. "I don't care if they run off with the money or get put in jail. I want my wife," he yelled, making all the guests in the hospitality room stop talking and turn around and look at us. "Stephen." Perry spoke to him in a nice, even tone. He seemed to know how to handle Stephen. "The more you cooperate, the faster this will go. You can move on with your life. Daisy is fine. She's alive, and the kidnappers have made the demand." Spencer had taken over the conversation and backed up Perry. Over Spencer's shoulder, Kami was waving me over. "I'll be right back." I walked around the counter and over to Kami. She was shutting the double doors between the refreshment room and the lobby. "My guests don't want to hear all that stuff in there." Her words came out of her gritted teeth. "I know Daisy is the #1 priority, but this is still a business. I need you to tell Spencer to find my phone books." "You tell him, Kami." I tried not to lose my patience with her, but didn't she realize finding Daisy was 100% more important?
the doors of the hospitality room opened, and out walked Perry, Stephen, and Spencer. "We can finish our legal consultation in his guest room." Perry nodded toward the stairs. "Too many people are around here." I followed the men up the steps and left Kami alone with Spencer. When we reached the top, I took a step out of the way so Stephen could show us up to his room. I followed him down to the big suite. I knew that room well since Kami and Walker had given Patrick and me the suite for our honeymoon. Stephen headed over to the desk in the front of the window that overlooked Lake Honey Springs. He placed the black bag on it and unzipped it, pulling open the top. I glanced down in it and noticed the stacks of $100 bills neatly piled on top of each other. "Satisfied?" Stephen asked. "I am. I'm going to take it downstairs to Spencer for safekeeping. I'll pick you up an hour before the drop-off. We'll have to figure out where Spencer and his crew will be during that time, but we'll have to let them help get her back, safe and sound." I told him when I noticed him getting a little fidgety over me mentioning Spencer's name. "If they don't show, then what?" he asked. "We will listen to what the sheriff has to say," Perry spoke up first. "We will hope the kidnapper will contact us again, but I'm confident they will make the exchange. We just want to get a ping on her phone so we can try and get to her before the drop." I wasn't sure, but it was something I had to tell him so he would continue to feel like he could trust us and not go rogue and do something that would hurt Daisy. I realized the tale I was telling him was far-fetched, but by the look on his face and his wide eyes, he believed me. I glanced around the room and didn't see a phone book. I have to ask if you've seen a phone book in here. "You need a phone book?" he asked me, looking at me with an odd expression. "It seems like someone has stolen all the phone books here in the hotel over the past couple of days. And since your production company employees are staying here, I need to know if you use them for any part of the production and have them on set. It seemed like a very local place for all of them to be if you had taken them. Kami is a client." It shocked me how easy it was to just switch out of the coffeehouse owner hat to the lawyer hat. Almost scary, as though I'd never taken it off. "No, we don't need phone books and certainly didn't take things without asking or paying for them." He was quick to make sure I knew they didn't have them. "Are you sure? I mean, I know you have a lot on your plate, and maybe someone asked you about them, and without even thinking about it, you gave the okay?" It seemed like a good explanation. "No, we didn't take any phone book." He ran his thick fingers through his hair. "I'm worried about Daisy. If she doesn't take her vitamins, she might feel sluggish and tired." "About those. It's my understanding that she was doing a lot of supplements. Do you have those here?" I asked. "Yes. She has a pill box filled with them. Let me get them." He disappeared into the bathroom. "Do you think she's still alive?" Perry asked me when Stephen was no longer present. "I do," I said with confidence. All we had was hope. If we can make the drop-off go smooth, I know we will have her back in just a few hours. "Thank you. Stephen will be a mess until we can find her. I'm not sure he can live without her." Perry cleared his throat when Stephen walked out of the bathroom with a pill box the size of a book. "Here you go." He handed it to me. "There's a bag over there with the bottles, too." "Great. I'll take the pills, bottles, and the money," I told him, and put the pill box along with the bottles in my bag and gripped his bag of money. Stephen didn't take his eyes off the bag of cash. "It'll be safe. You don't have to worry or watch your back if the cash is here," Perry said. I could tell by Stephen's reaction the impact that Perry had on him. "We want this done right. One shot is all you get." "One shot?" I asked. "Yes," Perry said. "As Hollywood insurance agents, we know sometimes things like this happen. Rarely, but kidnapping does happen. We pay out a lot of hush money for various reasons, but something this large, we have to make sure we get it right the first time by giving the kidnapper what they want instead of constantly coming up with more money." There was a lot of legal mumbo-jumbo that I didn't understand, since I didn't study Hollywood contracts and laws. Then Perry handed Stephen a phone. Just exactly the model you wanted. We've already completed a backup from your other phone. When the cops give back your other phone, we can dispose of it. Stephen Lemon took the phone and immediately started to type on it. Do you mind if I borrow your car until we meet up this afternoon? Stephen asked me. I want to get out of here for a little bit. I'm going stir crazy, but the media won't recognize me if I'm in a car they don't suspect. They sure wouldn't expect you to be in my little car. I opened my bag and pulled out the keys. Forgive the key ring. It's a photo of my dog. He looked at the keyring photo of Pepper. I sure did love that little feller. Reminded me that I'd left him downstairs. Here's my home address. I grabbed the pen and a paper, provided by the inn, on the small desk and scribbled my address. I don't drive my car to work, so you'll have to go get it. Thank you. He took it from me. I'm going crazy sitting in here. I'll leave all that to you while I worry about getting Daisy back and get the necessary paperwork from the station so you can file it for the money. I grabbed the black bag and headed back toward the door. Stephen, be back here by 3 this afternoon. We can go over how the drop will take place. Also, don't talk to the media. Yes, ma'am. He was all too agreeable now, thanks to Perry. I'll make sure he's ready an hour before the drop. Perry patted Stephen some more before I headed out the door. Get ready, I'll take you to her house to get the car. Kami still had Spencer cornered at the front desk when I found my way to the front of the hotel. Here. I held the bag out for Spencer to take. We will be meeting here at 3 o'clock. We're going to use my car. We will place the bag in the trunk of your car. That way, when we go to the drop-off, Stephen will get out of the car, retrieve the bag, and play out the scene for the kidnapper. He sounded like he'd done this before, but as far as I knew, there'd never been a real kidnapping in Honey Springs. Sounds good. I looked over at Walker. Is Pepper still back there? Yep. He smiled. Come on, Pepper, I called. Sheriff, can I see you? One of the crew members asked Spencer on my way out of the door. Actually, can all of us see you? I glanced behind me and saw about 10 people walking up to Spencer. Sheriff, we'd like to get paid, and Stephen Lemon isn't leaving this town until we get our last check. The man had a stern look on his face. I headed back to the conversation. If this has to do with my client, I need to know. I let him know right up front that I wasn't leaving. Last check, nothing. He owes us a couple months' pay. Another man's hands were fisted next to his side. I've got a wife and kid back home in Colorado. If he thinks I'm traveling this country with him to get my name in itty-bitty writing in the credits, he can forget it. I'm a good cameraman. I deserve my salary. Are you telling me that you've not been paid? Spencer asked, making sure I heard everything loud and clear. Not a dime in a month, another one chimed in, along with a collective round of nods. Spencer took out his notebook, and I found this very interesting. This isn't the first time either. The exact same thing happened to Mickey when Mickey was on the last movie. The cameraman turned around. Go on, Mickey, tell her. Yeah, Mickey said in a gruff voice. He had long hair and facial hair just as long. Mr. Lemon didn't pay me on the last set until the crew had pretty much mobbed him before he could skip town. He finally paid us, and that's why I continued on to do this movie. But here we are, back in the same situation. That was very odd to me. From how Daisy had acted and how Stephen portrayed their life and company, everything seemed to be fine. This has to be a mistake. Mr. Lemon has a lot on his plate right now. Maybe he forgot. I told the somewhat angry mob that was getting a smidgen louder. I'm going to meet with him in the afternoon. I'll ask him about it then. I'm sure it's a misunderstanding. Maybe this time, but what about the last time? The man asked, referring to the last movie. You got paid, right? I asked to clarify what he'd told me. Well, yes, but... His face contorted. He turned around to the group that had gathered behind him for support. He put his hands up in the air. Spencer put his finger up to tell them to hold on. Roxy, I appreciate what you're doing, but I need to question them. His jaw was set.
He wasn't going to budge. I hate to tell you, but your client is our #1 suspect.
You think he had something to do with his wife's kidnapping? I couldn't believe what he was saying.
We did uncover that the production company is in some financial struggles, and they are about to file bankruptcy if they don't pay the $400,000 owed.
My jaw dropped. 400,000? I asked, clarifying the exact amount the kidnapper had demanded. 9. They say the first 48 hours after someone gets kidnapped is the most precious time to find them. After that, well, let's just say the statistics weren't that great for finding them alive. According to Spencer, he continued to ping Daisy's phone every 10 minutes, and Daisy's phone was still turned off. In the light of what Spencer had told me about my client, well, I wasn't sure just how innocent Stephen Lemon was, but I was going to remain close to the investigation and him so we could get to the truth of the matter. Are you Roxy Bloom? Someone called my name on my way back to the boardwalk. Is it true that you were the last person to talk to Daisy Lemon? Did she really drink one of your lattes? Eat meat? Are you really a lawyer representing Stephen Lemon? Do you think he really had her kidnapped in order to get the money to pay off his own bankruptcy? I was littered with questions, followed up by cameras clicking and running footsteps. The louder and closer the footsteps got, the quicker my feet carried me toward the coffee house, where Pepper and I would hide out the rest of the day. Those people are nuts! Chrissy Lane was waiting by the door of the Bean Hive, watching as the crowd of reporters dispersed after I made it safely inside. She had the tabby cat nestled in her arms. The cat's eyes were closed due to Chrissy running her hand continuously over the top of the cat's head and down her back. I didn't know you were a cat person. I gave the feline a nice little rub. Pepper jumped up on Chrissy's leg to get his own sniff. I'm generally not, but this little cutie followed me around until I picked her up. Isn't that right, Callie? She spoke to the cat like she was a baby. Chrissy had named the cat? My brows rose. You've named her? I asked. Hearing she'd named her really piqued my interest. She needed a name. According to the paperwork Louise left, she was just a kitten with no name. Chrissy adjusted her arms closer to her body, Callie snuggling in a little closer. You want me to get the adoption papers ready? I asked, hoping this would be the quickest adoption at the Bean Hive to date. No, she shook her head. I'm never home. Well, I'm gone a lot, and it wouldn't be fair to Callie. Cats don't require the attention dogs need, at least in the going outside the potty department. I didn't tell her how cats run the house they live in, as well as let you know when they want to be bothered, not the other way around. Don't push it. She glared at me and put Callie back down on the floor. Fine, but she does need a good home, I said, shrugging as I made my way back to the counter where Bunny was helping a customer. I removed my bag from across my body, hung it on the coat rack, and grabbed my apron. Callie batted at the dangling apron strings a couple of times before she started to bat at the space between where that part of the counter stopped and the beginning of one of the glass display cases. Are you hungry? I asked, and bent down to retrieve the piece of whatever tasty treat had fallen between the display cases. What on earth is that? The shiny object glistened, depending on the way I turned my head to see what it was. Callie continued to paw at the shiny object while I went back to the kitchen to grab a broom. The object didn't hold Callie's attention for long. When I got back, she'd already run over to the fireplace, where Pepper was lying in front of one of his many beds. She was cuddled up next to him. I stuck the broom handle in the space and dragged out the object. What is it? Chrissy stood over me. It's Daisy's purse. I instantly recognized it from when she came into the beehive. Open it, Chrissy said with excitement. I don't know. I pondered her request and looked at the purse intently. We are. Chrissy reached down to pick it up, but I stopped her. I'm not sure of the legality of it. I couldn't help but keep that lawyer hat on. It's no different than if we just found it and I didn't know who it belonged to. She made a good point. Perfect. I picked it up and headed over to one of the open tables. People leave things here all the time. I just throw them in the lost and found bin in the back until they come back after they've retraced their steps. My reasoning made me feel better. I'll take it to the police, and if Spencer asks, then I'll say that I had no idea who it belonged to. Chrissy was willing to take the fall for this one if the legalities got in the way. I ran my hand over the small, fancy handbag, then opened the snap enclosure. I'm sure there's only lipstick or an ink pen in the tiny little thing. I assured myself there was nothing worth getting all excited about in it. I peeked inside. There was a gold fabric lining and a small tag with the designer name on it. I pulled each item out one at a time. Lipstick. I gave it to Chrissy. She immediately opened it and rolled it up to look at it. Prescription? I took out a prescription bottle and looked at the label. Etoposide? I tried to say the name as best I could. Chrissy looked at the bottle. Did you see her take any prescriptions? Nope, just the vitamins. Chrissy reminded me that I'd totally forgotten to give Spencer the bag of vitamins Chrissy took that I'd gotten from Stephen. I hurried over to the coat rack and grabbed my bag. What are you two doing? Bunny asked, running a damp cloth along the coffee bar to clean it up as she refilled the sugar packets, creamers, and various other items I kept up there to help customers customize their coffees to their liking. Daisy left her purse here, I whispered, and nodded my head toward Chrissy. Chrissy was on her phone. Bunny shuffled along behind me on my way back to the table. The customers were thinning out, and it was the time of day that I was able to restock the food. You're not going to publicize this, are you? I asked because I was worried Chrissy would put it up on social media or something. No, she snapped back at me. I'm looking up the drug. And? Bunny looked at the bottle. And now I know why she wore a lot of wigs, didn't like to use chemicals on her hair, and ate clean. Chrissy held the screen of her phone out for me to look at. It's a chemotherapy pill, mainly used for lung cancer. Daisy has cancer? I asked, as the explanation of how she'd been living began to make sense in my head. Oh, no. I looked up at Chrissy. Was her hair thinning? Yes. She said it was from years of chemicals. That's why she used the special dye. Oh, no. Chrissy let out a cry. I put chemicals on her head. I fed her bad food. I bit the edge of my lip. Maybe she just wanted to live a little bit before she died, Bunny chimed in. That's awful, to say she was going to die. Chrissy's lip turned up in the corner. We don't know all of this for sure, but I'll check with Stephen. This is just between us. I quickly put the contents back in her glitzy handbag, and I took it to the kitchen for safekeeping. Before I went into the dining area, I grabbed my phone and texted Aunt Maxie. I wanted to know where she was, so I could question her about anything she might have found out about Daisy and her past, and, more importantly, if she knew Daisy had cancer. I stuck my phone in my back pocket and grabbed the Benedictine tea sandwiches I'd pre-made for the lunch crowd. It truly was a simple and light sandwich that was perfect for this time of the year. I peeled off the cling wrap and grabbed a big metal sheet I'd put in the display case where they would be arranged so pretty, but my mind was filled with Daisy's cancer, so I just willy-nilly arranged them on the platter. The white bread was nice and soft, with the perfect combination of cucumbers, cream cheese, minced onions, and mayonnaise that made the light sandwich so tasty. I'd even used a horsehead cookie cutter to make the sandwich even cuter. It was a tradition in Kentucky to have them cut out in the shape of something our state was proud of. Aunt Maxie still hadn't messaged me back, which was unusual. She was generally quick, especially when the topic was something she was passionate about. Currently, she was more than passionate about Daisy. I gripped the edges of the display tray and used my back end to push my way through the swinging door. Patrick was standing next to the table, with his head butted up against Chrissy and Bunny. When he looked over at me, there was a look of disbelief on his face. He also had a fistful of photos from Aunt Maxie's collection she'd left there. "I told y'all not a word," I sighed when I could see it on Patrick's face that they'd told him about Daisy's cancer. "Like you weren't going to tell him?" Chrissy said sarcastically. I put the tea sandwiches in the cooling display case and grabbed a couple before I slid the door shut. It probably didn't require a pretty antique plate for Patrick to eat them, but when I made him something, I always wanted it to be pretty, and these little sandwiches were no different. I threw on a few of the kettle chips and walked the plate over to him. "Those look so good." Patrick went to reach for them. "It's gonna cost you." I tapped my free finger to my lips. He bent down and kissed me. "Good payment." I handed him the plate. "Where's Sassy?" I looked around the coffee house for our sweet poodle. "She's at the office. She didn't feel like going for a ride." He took a bite of the sandwich. "What's this all about?" Chrissy and Bunny walked away, giving Patrick and me some private time. I quickly gave him an update on what I'd discovered when I was at the Cocoon Hotel and how it had been found out that Stephen's production company was about to go belly up. "I can't find Aunt Maxie. She took one look at this photo and darted out." I picked up the photo off the table and handed it to him. "That's Rodney. Poor guy. He's been looking all over for odds and end jobs before Vanessa has the baby." Patrick didn't seem to think the guy raised a red flag, but he sure did with me. "He needs money?" I questioned. My stomach started to get a little sick feeling in the depths. "That's the truck that took Daisy." "No." Patrick shook his head. "He's a great guy. A little backward. They live in a cabin in the woods, and he hunts for most of their food, but he's harmless." "Harmless if he's having a baby and needs money?" I questioned. "I'm telling you, I know that's the truck that took Daisy." "Roxy." Patrick said my name in a way that told me to be reasonable. "There's a ton of trucks that were made that look like this." Leave it to Patrick to always see the good side in people, when in reality, I'd seen many bad sides of good people. Rodney Crenshaw was no exception, just because Patrick thought he was a good guy. Good people do bad things when they're in a pickle. I looked at the photo again. "Do you want me to take you to his house?" Patrick asked. "Yes, I do." I slipped the photo into my pocket and headed back toward the counter. "But it's going to have to wait until we see if we get Daisy back this afternoon. The drop is at 4. "And you are going?" He had a disgusted look on his face. "Yes, I'm going. Stephen Lemon is my client." I left out the details about Stephen borrowing my car and how I was going to let them use my car. Patrick hadn't fully supported me, since he totally didn't understand the desire I had to get this solved, but he also wasn't stopping me, so the less he knew, the better. "I'll take Pepper on home and let Sassy out." Patrick gave me a kiss. "After you get your fill of sleuthing in, we'll head over to his house." "Sounds good." I smiled and gave him another kiss, and Pepper a good scratch before I sent them on their way. "And be careful, or I'll have a big beef with a certain sheriff," he called out before he left the coffee house. Bunny was busy finishing up her list of to-dos before her shift was over, and I took the time to grab another cup of coffee and sit down at the window bar with my list of clues I'd collected over the past 24 hours. On the piece of paper, I wrote Daisy's name on one side and Stephen's on the other. The couple was as far apart as you could get. According to Stephen, Daisy never ate meat or sweets. I witnessed that lie for myself. Daisy for sure took a drink of the latte and a bite of the quiche before she was kidnapped. Stephen's people told Chrissy how Daisy had her own products, but in reality, she didn't want to use chemicals, but was all too eager to use Chrissy's hair dye that was full of chemicals. Which led me to the vitamins Stephen thought Daisy took as a way to keep herself healthy. But I couldn't help wondering if she was doing that because of the cancer. Did Stephen know Daisy had cancer? If he did, Wouldn't he be yelling that she needed her medicine? Daisy did keep the sweets and meat from Stephen. Did she also keep the fact that she had cancer from him too? Then there was the issue with the money. The production company needed the money to not only pay the crew, but also to save them from bankruptcy. Was it a coincidence that the amount needed to dig them out of bankruptcy was the same as the kidnapper requested? Did Daisy know about the bankruptcy and go rogue? Did she plan her own kidnapping, figuring she would have the latte and a quiche before she was taken? Did she love Stephen that much to pull off such a stunt? Did she want the publicity to spark her career or even spark the movie? These were all good questions that needed to be answered, and I had a gut feeling that something wasn't right. But I wasn't sure if it was Stephen or if Daisy had staged her own kidnapping. On paper, Stephen Lemon sure didn't look like an innocent husband. On the flip side, Daisy sure wasn't innocent in this situation either. 10. The afternoon seemed to fly by, especially since I'd made more tea sandwiches and some of the new Easy Peasy Lemon cookies from scratch. Those would definitely be a hit with the afternoon crowd, which was mostly high school students hanging out before they had practice or the row team before they had to practice on Lake Honey Springs. "Do you think you could help us set up the new coffee shop in the cafeteria?" Becca English, my newest afternoon employee, asked over her shoulder as she tidied up the coffee station. "If you don't want to, you don't have to, but I thought you could help mentor us." "Tell me about the project." I never jumped at any sort of proposal, but I sure did find anything to do with coffee and teaching the world about it intriguing. Please, she'd called me a mentor. That felt good. We got a small business grant from the state for our finance department. The student council took suggestions from the finance teachers, and we came up with a way to make some extra school spirit money. She gestured around the coffee house. The students come here and spend their money. Why not put that money toward our school? So you're saying the students would stop coming here? I asked. No, Becca shook her head. We would open it during lunch hours and on the weekends when we have extracurricular activities. It would be all students who work in there, but we don't know how to make the fancy drinks or come up with ideas. You've gotten very good at making those coffees. I was very proud of how the designs in her lattes had turned out. Granted, it took her a couple of months, but Becca was determined, and she was reliable. Thanks, but I can't work the shop all the time. She shrugged, pushing back one of the many braids in her hair behind her shoulder. I've got track, plus all my studies. When is the opening? I asked for a time frame. It will open next fall, the new school year. She walked over to the tea station and refilled all the necessary items before it was her time to work behind the counter and time for me to meet with Stephen Lemon. We have to wait for the grant money to come in and see what all we need. That's also where we're going to need some advice. We have no idea what cups to buy or even how much it's going to cost us. So we want to start working on those things so when we do get the grant money, we can quickly get everything we need and be open for the first day of school. Like a business plan? I asked and got a tickle in my stomach. I remember when Aunt Maxie had begged me to come to Honey Springs to live with her after my awful divorce. When she talked me into following my dream and opening a coffee house, making a business plan, then seeing it come to life was actually my favorite part. It wasn't easy, but it was enjoyable. What do you say? Becca walked around the counter, passing me on my way to hang my apron back up and get my bag. I'd love to, but I stopped her from jumping up and down and thanking me. I can't start on your business plan for a couple of weeks. I gave myself some leeway in case this whole Daisy Lemon kidnapping situation hadn't been resolved, and if the media continued to use the coffee house as their favorite meme. It's all good. A big smile curled up on Becca's face, and her blue eyes twinkled. We aren't even going to meet again until next month, so you have 3 weeks. Perfect. I gave a hard nod, and looked around to make sure everything looked to be in order. "Are y'all good here?" "Yep." She looked at her digital watch. "I've got about 10 minutes until the school crowd gets here, so everything is stocked, and Pepper isn't here for me to take for a quick walk, so I'm all good." She walked over and picked up the cat. My phone chirped a text, and I pulled it out from my back pocket. Spencer told me to meet them in the employee parking lot on the far side of the hotel. I was sure this was to elude the media. "I'm going to love on this sweetie until I get a customer." Callie purred so loudly I could hear her from the other side of the coffee house. "I'll see you tomorrow." It was so nice to be able to leave and know everything was going to run smoothly. I'd been lucky with the afternoon staff and finding good kids to work for me. The sun was still riding high in the afternoon sky and not a cloud, which made me feel like it was a perfect time to get Daisy back. Instead of going down the boardwalk and passing all the media crews still camped out on the lawn of the Cocoon Hotel, I decided to go the opposite way, down the boardwalk and around the shops. It had been a long time since I'd taken a day to walk around the shops at that end of the boardwalk, which included Knickknacks, Rebellion's Bar, Walk in the Bark Animal Boutique, Touched by an Angel Spa, and the Crooked Cat Bookshop. All amazing and wonderful shops. Like me, all of the other shop owners were forced during the winter months to have different schedules for opening, but with the tourist season on the rise, we would all be open to accommodate what was needed. I made sure to keep my head down on my way around the boardwalk and hurried behind the Cocoon Hotel, where I could see Spencer standing next to Stephen and Perry, along with another man who I assumed to be the plainclothes officer Spencer had mentioned would also be coming. "I've given him all the instructions. After you pull up, he gets the bag out of the trunk of the car." Spencer handed Stephen the money bag. "He will place the bag next to the yield sign in the fork of the road and wait. According to the last text, the kidnapper will then give instructions to where we need to go to find Daisy." Stephen took the bag to my car and popped open the trunk, while Spencer finished giving me the instructions. "I'm going to have you drive the car because it's the fork right past your place, heading out of town near the county line, where you can take the left down toward Clover Bottom." He referred to a small community on the lake. "I know exactly where that is. I'm assuming you'll be there somewhere?" I asked. "Yes. I'm not going to tell you because I don't want you to be looking for me and tip off the kidnappers." He unclipped one of 2 walkie-talkies off of his belt. "I'm going to communicate with you through this." I took it from him. "Leave it in your lap. You will not need to talk back to me. I'll simply give you instructions." "I got it." I let out a long sigh. "You ready?" I asked Stephen when he walked back over to us. "I'm ready to get my Daisy back." He handed me my keys. After Spencer reconfirmed all the steps we were going to take, we were all in the cars. Apparently Spencer knew a different way, because he didn't follow behind me in his car. "Everything's going to be fine," I assured Stephen, who looked as nervous as a cat in a room full of rocking chairs. "Daisy is good. We've got the money. We've met their demands." It took everything I had not to question him about Daisy and her cancer, along with bankruptcy and what the crew members had told Stephen at the hotel earlier. I decided if things went south during the drop-off, then I would have to question him. "I just want my Daisy back." He rubbed his hands nervously from the passenger seat and looked out the window. There was a bead of sweat along his brow and upper lip. "I'm not sure what I'd ever do without her." My words didn't help, so I decided to change the subject. "Around this bend is my house." I took it a little slower than normal so he could get a look at it. It was so run down when I first moved to Honey Springs, and it was all I could afford. "It's very quaint." He referred to the small cabin. "I'm sure it's nothing like what you and Daisy have, but it's all I need." I gripped the wheel as the tires hugged the edge of the old road as it winded down toward the fork in the road that would lead us to Daisy. Everything around here is so green and alive. He repositioned himself in the seat. Do you think Daisy is alive?
Of course I do. This time, I offered a reassuring smile instead of words. We have a lot of limestone around here. That makes all of the blue tint in the Kentucky bluegrass. It also feeds the soil the perfect nutrients for growing all of the foliage you see, especially around the lake.
It's also what makes Kentucky such a great state to film movies.
He waved his hands in front of him like he was framing a picture.
The vibrant colors of the area really translate well to the big screen.
I slowed down, knowing the next bend in the road was the fork where the kidnapper had told us to do the drop.
Are we here?
Stephen scooted in his seat, propping himself up a little more. Right around here, I said, and slowly drove the car around the bend where the fork became visible. Down there takes you to Clover Bottom, a community where citizens live on the lake. Not much to rent down there for tourists. That way is out of town. This is the fork. I pulled the car to the side of the road.
Good, you're here. Don't look down at the walkie-talkie.
Spencer's voice came through loud and clear.
Roxy, I want you to turn off the car and give the keys to Stephen.
I did what he told me to do.
Stephen, get out of the car, unlock the trunk, take out the bag, and do exactly what I told you to do. We are about 4 minutes early, but I'm sure they are here.
Spencer gave step-by-step instructions.
What does that mean?
Stephen questioned.
Don't talk, Spencer scolded him. Get out of the car, get the bag, and go back to the car like we discussed. Roxy, I want you to keep your hands on the wheel so the kidnapper doesn't think you're going to pull anything funny, like a gun or something.
While Stephen got out of the car, I continued to keep my foot on the brake and my hands glued to the wheel like Spencer had told me. Even though the day was gorgeous and the sun was shining, I had butterflies knocking around in my stomach, almost making me sick. My mouth was dried, and I tried to lick my lips. I swallowed hard to try to get the dryness out of my mouth, but I was too nervous to even do that. I gripped the wheel harder to prevent any visible shaking. I stopped breathing. My jaw tensed as I watched Stephen walk across the road and place the bag with all that money next to the yield sign in the middle of the grass at the fork in the road. Once he put the bag down and started back toward the car, my lungs filled with air and I was able to take a big gulp. Now what? I wondered and didn't look at Stephen when he got back in.
That was good.
Spencer tried to reassure Stephen, but he was sweating so much that it had come through his shirt.
We are going to wait until we get a text from them.
Spencer had taken Stephen's phone from day one. Stephen and I sat there watching the sun move in the sky toward dusk. When the sun ducked behind the trees, I knew it was around 5 p.m. and wondered how much longer we were going to sit there, since it was obvious the kidnapper wasn't coming. A few seconds later, Spencer had appeared out of nowhere and walked up to the car.
The kidnapper hasn't even tried to contact us.
He held Stephen's phone out.
I don't think they're coming.
While he talked to us, the plainclothes officer went and retrieved the black bag full of cash, taking it wherever they were parked. A long, audible groan escaped a grieving Stephen Lemon, followed up by sobs. He was truly upset for a man that I might have suspected played a role in the kidnapping of his wife.
Stephen, it's not the end.
Spencer tried to talk Stephen off the ledge, but the animalistic cries got louder and louder as the color on his face grayed.
Let's go see the doctor.
Spencer waved over the other officer, and they helped Stephen out of the car. What's going on? I was confused.
I think he needs to see a doctor for some anxiety medication. He's in no shape to answer any of the questions you and I discussed earlier.
I knew he was talking about the bankruptcy.
Why don't you head on back home? If he tells me anything or asks for you, I'll call you.
The next thing I knew, an ambulance had pulled up and put Stephen in the back. Where are you, Daisy Lemon?
I asked, and from my rearview mirror, I watched the red lights on the top of the ambulance twirl and whirl until it turned the bend, taking Stephen to get some much-needed help. 11. The late afternoon sun was always the warmest during the spring season. During the morning, it was still chilly, but the afternoons were hot, and nightfall went back to chilly. Soon it would be warm all day before we headed into the tourist season. But I was worried that with all the national attention, this year's tourists were going to be slim pickings, especially if we didn't find Daisy. I'd rolled down the windows on my drive back to my little cabin. I needed the fresh air to get my senses back to me. With deep, long breaths and the wind whipping around me, I'd driven a little faster than I should have, but I wanted to go home, where I knew Patrick was waiting and ready to take me to Rodney's house. "Why do you have to get into these things?" Patrick asked after I'd told him everything about the unsuccessful money drop to the kidnapper. "Why don't you just tell Spencer about Rodney's truck and let him go for himself?" "Because I'm representing Stephen, and from what I told you, it sure does seem like he's the number one suspect, especially now that the drop didn't happen, though he was so distraught." I sucked a deep breath and gave Pepper and Sassy a treat before we headed back out the door to get into Patrick's truck. They had no idea why they were not going with us, so I gave them an extra treat, out of guilt. Spencer is spending so much time on trying to nail Stephen that his focus isn't on other people. That's why I want to follow up on Aunt Maxie's lead. I buckled the seatbelt and flipped through my phone to see if I'd missed Aunt Maxie's call or text. Nothing. "It doesn't make sense." Patrick tapped the steering wheel. It was more of a thump than a tap. He was annoyed by my actions, but he never questioned me. I have known Rodney and Vanessa all my life. I turned on the radio to stop the tension between us. The song caught my attention. "Is that?" I reached over and turned up the volume. "Oh my goodness!" I gasped and looked over at Patrick. "That's Aunt Maxie and Mom's CD." "Is it really?" Patrick smiled and twisted his head a little to the side, as if he were trying to hear. It was a catchy tune, about friends and good times on the lake. For sure they were talking about adventures in Honey Springs. I grabbed my phone and dialed Aunt Maxie. "Aunt Maxie, you aren't going to believe this," I said into her answering machine when she didn't answer. "Your CD is being played on the local radio station." I squealed into the phone. "Where are you? You've disappeared on me today," I joked and hung up. "That's a fancy tune by your very own Southern Women's Club." The DJ made it sound like it was a winner. You can grab your own CD from the Bean Hive Coffeehouse, located in the center of the boardwalk down on Lake Honey Springs. "Did you know about selling the CDs?" Patrick laughed and turned down the gravel road and took a quick left into a grassy piece of land where a run-down trailer was sitting. The trailer's siding was falling off. There used to be a screened front door on it, but it was tossed out in the yard. There were pieces of broken furniture strewn all about. They might be poor, but they sure could clean up. That didn't have anything to do with money, I thought, but kept my mouth shut. Patrick was already sensitive about the subject. I had no idea. I pointed to the trailer. "Is that their house?" "Yes. I told you they were poor." He pushed the gear shift up into park and turned the ignition off. "It doesn't look like Rodney's home. His truck is gone." About that time, a very pregnant Vanessa swung the door open. She had a mason jar in her hand. She took a swig and looked at us. "Hey, Vanessa." Patrick had opened the door and put his foot on the sideboard of his truck. He'd put his arm over the door and rested on his armpit, yelling at her over the top of his truck. "Is Rodney around?" "Nah, you got a job for him?" she asked. "I just wanted to talk to him about something," Patrick said, being vague. "Do you know where he is?" "He went hunting for some squirrel for supper." She shifted her eyes from Patrick to me. There was no smile on her face. It made me sad to think that this should be the happiest of times for them, making me grateful for the life I'd been given, and wondering why I needed to stick my nose into Daisy's disappearance. "Been gone all day. I expect him back shortly." "Let's go," I told Patrick. "You need anything?" Patrick asked Vanessa. "Nope." She shook her head. Her pride was written on her face. "We are fine. I'll tell Rodney you were looking for him." She took a couple of steps back into the trailer and shut the door. "I know where his hunting cabin is." Patrick started the truck up and threw the gear shift into reverse. "We can show up there." "Never mind," I shook my head. Seeing her made me grateful for what I've got, and I need to tell Stephen that I'm not going to represent him. I need to pick one occupation. Patrick stopped the truck and looked at me before he put the shifter in drive. "What is it with you?" He looked at me. "Why aren't you just happy?" "I don't like to see injustice in the world. It's not that I'm not happy, but this is more personal for both of us. My coffee house that I've built up is being slandered in the media. And though it doesn't seem to be hurting business, who in their right mind wants to vacation in a town where there have been murders and now a kidnapping?" I asked him. "But I do love my life." I reached out to touch him. "I love you. I want to go home for the night." "The hunting cabin is on our way back. I want to be sure Rodney hasn't gotten himself into trouble over needing money," Patrick said and gripped the wheel, turning onto the country road, heading back toward the lake. "You've got me doubting him now." "Now who's the one who's curious?" I asked. "If I don't follow through on your hunch, later tonight, you'll be questioning yourself, and we'll be right back in the truck looking for Rodney." Patrick knew me better than I wanted to admit. "It's cute how you think you can change, but I love you exactly the way you are." I sucked in a deep breath and inwardly smiled. He was such a good man. That's why I loved how he saw the good in people. We balanced each other out. I quickly texted Mom about how I'd heard the song on the radio, and before I knew it, Patrick had parked on the side of a road he'd turned down. Mom had texted me back with a bunch of happy emoji faces. You know, the one with the hard eyes and some thumbs up. She also texted that she had several houses to show to people who were interested in the area because of the Daisy Lemon news. She also texted that she felt like they were being nosy, but she was going to show them houses just in case. She followed up with how busy she was and said she probably wouldn't be seeing me in the next few days. "Back through those trees is a little path that leads you to Rodney's cabin." Patrick pointed into a bunch of overgrown brush that was filled with some dead branches and branches with new buds on them. "I've not been back there since we were in high school." There was a smile on his face as he remembered some fond memories. "Oh, yeah?" I asked, encouraging him to tell me some as we got out of the truck. "We really thought we were tough, coming out here with our rifles and a six-pack of beer we'd steal from our parents." He laughed. "We never shot a thing. Too soft-hearted." "That's why I love you." I smiled, taking his hand as we walked toward the woods. Patrick was right. There was a worn-down path just beyond the thick tree line. There were colorful wildflowers in purple, yellow, orange, and white, blanketing each side of the trail. It was beautiful. The sweet smell of honeysuckle drifted in and out of my nose as a slight wind blew across my face. The thick woods covered us, leaving the hot sun above the trees. After a 3-minute walk, there was a clearing and a little one-room-looking cabin in the distance. There were so many of these types of cabins all over Lake Honey Springs. They were quiet and secluded, making them perfect spots to get away. That was how the cabin rentals in Lake Honey Springs had become a very popular vacation destination. It was especially nice for a couple's retreat or honeymoon. Leave all the noise of the outside world out. That was how life was in here, and I loved it. "Patrick?" The male voice scared me to death. I jumped around and grabbed Patrick. Rodney Crenshaw was standing in the wooded area next to the cabin, coming from the opposite direction of us. He had a shotgun in his hand and a few squirrels, which had seen better days, flung over his shoulder, all tied together with a string. "What are you doing here?" He gripped his gun. "I came to see you and see if you're okay." I felt Patrick's arm tense up under my grip. "I told you yesterday I was good." Rodney took a few steps closer. There was a faint sound coming from the cabin that caught my attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Rodney give a side glance in that direction. "What's in the cabin?" Patrick asked Rodney. "Who's in the cabin?" I asked more specifically. "No one." Rodney took both hands and gripped the gun, though not pointing it at us. "Roxy!" I heard someone scream. "Aunt Maxie?" I didn't bother looking at Rodney. I darted off toward the cabin. "Wait!" Rodney screamed at me. But it all seemed to be in slow motion and an out-of-body experience. I watched my hand reach for the cabin door and shove it open. As soon as I stepped in, I saw Daisy Lemon on the floor with blood pouring out of her chest, and Aunt Maxie passed out next to her with blood dripping out of her side, and her photos all over the floor. Aunt Maxie was barely breathing. Suddenly, I remembered. Aunt Maxie had said she would kill to get an interview with Daisy. 12. "What made you come here?" Spencer had already gotten the ambulance here to take Aunt Maxie to the small emergency room in Honey Springs, where she would await transport by helicopter to a bigger facility in Lexington. She'd suffered a bullet wound to her abdomen that was going to require surgery. She was in critical condition and must have used all her strength to yell for me when she'd heard me outside of the cabin. Poor Daisy. She'd been killed. As much as I would like to have said Rodney Crenshaw was guilty, he sure did seem to be in shock, even before the police had gotten there. Patrick had grabbed his gun from him and tied him up with Rodney's own squirrel rope. "You said that you have a photo of Rodney's truck?" Spencer seemed so confused. There were officers shuffling in and out of the cabin. They'd yet to remove Daisy's body. I looked over at Rodney. He was sitting up against the trunk of a tree with his hands hog-tied behind his back and those dead squirrels dangling around him. Yes, I remembered the photo was in my back pocket. I reached around, pulled it out, and handed it to Spencer. "How do you think Maxine showed up here?" he asked. "When we were at the coffee house, she noticed the truck, and that's when she took off. I recalled how I'd turned around to talk to her, Chrissy, and Bunny, and she was gone. I'd been calling her all day and texting her, but she never answered me." "Sir, Rodney claims he took Daisy for Mr. Lemon for a few $100s. But he was only doing it for a couple of hours until Mr. Lemon's fake ransom played out. Rodney was to take Daisy back to the lake where she was going to find her way back." One of the officers had come over to talk to Spencer. "Are you okay?" Spencer asked me. "I'm fine as long as I know Aunt Maxie is okay." I gulped back my tears. "I'll be right back." Spencer looked over at Patrick and waved him over. "I didn't want to leave her alone. She seems to be a little in shock." "I've got her." Patrick put his arm around me and pulled me into his strong arms, where I knew I was safe. I could feel my body relax and began to take deep breaths that sent good, clean country air to my brain, making it function again. "He said Lemon paid him to take Daisy?" I questioned what the officer had said to Spencer. I glanced up at Patrick and pulled away a little. Rodney did kidnap Daisy. He told the officers he was hired by Stephen Lemon. "Which means the information the police had turned up about the bankruptcy was true," Patrick said. "Yeah, but how did Aunt Maxie get here?" I asked. "I don't know." While we stood there waiting to be released, Patrick kissed the top of my head and patted me like he wanted me to get some rest. "Maybe she knew the truck was Rodney's and figured she'd check out a lead like you did." The dead silence of the woods, which normally calmed my soul, was feeding me eerie sounds and created goosebumps along my body. Every little breaking twig, chirping cricket, and even the glow of each lightning bug had a faint sound. Even Patrick's heartbeat sounded like a gong. All the silence had stopped when the sound of squeaking wheels came through the clearing from the woods. The coroner was pushing the church cart across the path and into the cabin. Spencer had changed his plans. Instead of talking to Rodney, he'd followed the coroner into the cabin. I squeezed my eyes closed and tried to erase the images of Daisy laying on the ground. When I heard footsteps coming out of the cabin, I opened my eyes. Spencer had come out and walked over to Rodney. I could hear Rodney telling his story. She kept telling me not to take her back, and I didn't want to listen to her. I kept telling her I was going to return her to her husband, but she told me to leave her here. She pulled out a CD of those Southern women and asked me to take it to the local radio station with a handwritten note from her. I told her I'd be back with food. I went to town and took the CD. I left it there. I came back with the squirrels, and that's when I ran into those two. He was obviously talking about Patrick and me. I have no idea how Maxine Bloom got here. I have no idea who shot them. I never once shot them. As far as I knew, I was taking her back to the pretend drop-off when I heard from Stephen. You said Daisy didn't want to go back to her husband? Spencer asked him. Did she tell you why? No, she just said to leave her here. Rodney shook his head. I only did it because we need the money for our baby. I wasn't going to harm no one. I just wanted the money, that's all. When did Mr. Lemon get in touch with you? Spencer asked Rodney. A couple of days ago. I was hanging around downtown, painting the gazebo for the city for a few extra dollars. He walked up and told me who he was and said Daisy would hand me an envelope with the money in it after the last taping. The envelope! My mind raced back to the photo Aunt Maxie had of Rodney and Vanessa standing behind the police line on the last day of filming, and she said there was writing on the envelope and not the others. Did the envelope have writing on it? I jerked out of Patrick's arms and went across the yard to where Spencer was questioning Rodney. I don't know. It's in the cabin. He had a look of deep-set worry on his face. Roxy, please. Spencer tried to stop me. Wait, Aunt Maxie showed me a photo where Daisy was handing Rodney an envelope like she did everyone who wanted one of those photos. Daisy already had the photos stuffed in the envelopes, and they have nothing written on them. This one did, and Aunt Maxie had zeroed in on it. There was a shuffling noise coming from the cabin. I looked over my shoulder. The coroner was pushing what I assumed was Daisy out of the door. The body was in a black zipper bag on the top of the church cart. He stopped shy of the trail and nodded for Spencer to come over. Rodney, you didn't shoot them? I asked him quickly before Spencer could shut me down. No, ma'am. I even pray over these little squirrels when I kill them, I feel so bad. His country accent was as thick as the trees from here to the road. I'm telling you, she didn't want to go back to her husband. She insisted I leave her here and really take the money. She even offered me one of them necklaces she had around her neck. The jewels! I jumped to my feet. Stop! The coroner and Spencer turned around to look at me. The jewels! Where is the jewelry? I asked them. Yeah, where are those jewels? Rodney yelled over at them. I didn't take 'em, but she offered one of those necklaces to me. Spencer and the coroner confirmed there were no signs of jewelry in the cabin or on Daisy. Sir? One of the police officers stood in the cabin with a pair of tweezers in his hand. There was something between the tongs. Spencer went over there and let the coroner take Daisy's body back down the trail and to the hearse. Then he would go ahead and take her to the morgue to do the autopsy. I went back over to Rodney, and another officer had started to question him per Spencer's request. I'm telling you, I went to catch some food for her because she wanted to try squirrel. It's a little gamey for me, but she wanted to try it before I took her to the drop-off. His words clicked in my head. You missed the drop-off, I told him. I missed it. He really didn't make sense to me now. Okay, start from the beginning, I told him.
A couple of days ago, I was painting the gazebo in town. That's when Mr. Lemon asked me to kidnap Daisy. He said he'd give me an envelope with a few $100s in it at the final taping. Me and Vanessa showed up and got the money. That afternoon, he said she'd be late to the council meeting because she liked to make an entrance. I went to the boardwalk and waited for her to go to the meeting. She was late like he said. Then I told her who I was, and she played a good part of being kidnapped. She had no idea what I was talking about.
He shook his head.
Right then and there, I knew I should have taken her back, but I figured on her acting and all, playing the part, so I went ahead and brought her back here.
Where's her phone? I asked.
She never had a phone.
He gave me a cross look. How did you send the ransom text? I asked.
I never did any of that. Mr. Lemon told me to take her to the fork in the road and pick up the bag.
He added to his story.
He said he'd let me know when. I ain't heard from him since.
What were you to do with the bag? I asked.
He never said.
That was a strange response, since the bag contained the money Stephen needed for the production company not to go into bankruptcy.
He said that was the end and all would be good.
The crunching of leaves and the glow of flashlights came from the wooded area on the trail from the road. The flashlights reminded me how quickly the dusk turned to dark, and how much darker it was in the deep woods.
You!
Stephen came out of the woods accompanied by another officer. He darted toward Rodney with his fists in the air.
You killed my Daisy!
The officer grabbed Stephen by the arm and jerked him back.
I did no such thing. I've been waiting to hear from you when to give her back.
Rodney stuck his feet up in the air, trying to shield himself from Stephen in case Stephen broke free from the officer.
I did exactly what you told me to do, and she didn't want to come back to you.
You set up the kidnapping? Spencer walked out of the cabin. Stephen Lemon, you are under arrest for the kidnapping and possible murder of Daisy Lemon. My jaw dropped to the ground while I watched Spencer read Stephen Lemon and Rodney Crenshaw their rights, cuffing them in the process.
I'm telling you that she didn't care that I took her. She thanked me.
Rodney continued to proclaim his innocence while they dragged him out of the woods. Well, now what do you think? Spencer walked over to me and got out of the way of the investigation team as they began to set up lights and the equipment they needed to work through the night. I'm not sure. I gnawed on the edge of my lip. She doesn't think a thing, Patrick spoke up. I'm putting my foot down. This is where Roxanne Bloom Kane stops investigating and gets back to normal life, since it appears you have your kidnapper and killer in custody. Stephen Lemon has been accounted for at the time of her death, and Rodney Crenshaw doesn't own a Nosler M48 TGR 2010. Too high dollar a rifle, and that's what killed Daisy and hurt Maxine. He held up an evidence bag with a couple of bullets from inside the cabin. The coroner even confirmed the weapon. It looks like we've got a killer on the loose, with the kidnapping gone wrong. Suddenly, everything around me went dark as sheer fright swept over me, leaving me with a feeling that there was more to Daisy Lemon than she wanted anyone to know. 13. All night I tossed and turned. Each turn I would grab my cell phone that I'd put under my pillow, in case Aunt Maxie had woken up after her successful surgery, though I knew she wouldn't be awake until the morning or later. It was a great sign that the hospital hadn't called me. They said they would only call if something had gone wrong. After Spencer took my statement, Patrick and I had driven 45 minutes to Lexington, where Aunt Maxie had gotten out of emergency surgery, and they'd removed the bullet that was inches from her heart. It took the hospital staff's assurance that they would call me no matter what time it was, and Patrick's literal pulling me out of the hospital to get me back to Honey Springs without her. It was the first time I'd ever been in Honey Springs, and she wasn't. They'd given me her clothes and her cell phone. Several times I'd flipped through her photos and couldn't help but smile at the ones she'd taken of Daisy. Daisy sure did look happy, and not like a kidnapped victim. She didn't look like a victim at all. My heart broke as I looked at her beautiful smile, but behind the sparkling eyes, I knew there was hurt. A deep hurt that only Daisy knew. I'd checked the Honey Springs Sheriff Department Facebook page, where they had updated the status of Stephen and Rodney. According to the last thing they'd posted, both men were in custody and going before a judge. I still couldn't believe that Stephen had had Rodney kidnap Daisy, but I also couldn't help but believe what Rodney had said about not shooting her, since the evidence pulled from Aunt Maxie's body and the stray bullets found in the cabin didn't match Rodney's gun or any guns they'd found when they'd raided his house. Before they'd left the scene, Spencer had told me the two men had turned on each other, and Stephen had started to deny what Rodney was saying and vice versa. They didn't mention that on the Facebook update.
Roxy, go back to sleep.
Patrick laid a soft hand on my back after I'd swung my legs over the mattress.
You need to rest before you have to get up.
I'm fine. I turned around, rubbed my hand over his head, and gave him a kiss. I can't sleep, and I'd rather be at the coffee house so it's ready to go when Bunny gets there.
Isn't it Bunny's morning to open?
He pushed himself to sit up in the bed. She is, but I need to get some things done in case I need to stay at the hospital longer. It was just an excuse to get up and get out of my head.
I'll go with you.
He tugged the covers off. No, you stay here with the dogs. I glanced over at the two dog beds on the floor. Pepper and Sassy were happily snoring next to each other. I'm going to go bake a few things and call me when you get up.
Honey?
His soft voice questioned me. I'm fine, really. I stood up and grabbed my robe on the chair next to our bed. Call me. I headed out into the family room and didn't even bother flipping the coffee maker on, figuring I would just get a good and hot cup when I got to the coffee house. With a quick shower and after putting on a pair of khakis and my black The Bean Hive short-sleeved polo, I grabbed my bag and keys. Since I was headed to see Aunt Maxie, I had to drive my car. The cat tree. I snapped my fingers and was glad to have remembered to get that to take in this morning for the sweet Tabby. The tree was in two pieces and in the closet in the laundry room. I flung my bag across my body and retrieved the cat tree before I headed out the door. The twinkling lights hung down in the dark sky, some brighter than others. I gulped back tears thinking about Aunt Maxie and the trouble she'd gotten herself into, thankful it didn't turn out the way Daisy's fate had turned out. The crickets chirped in the deep woods, and the bullfrogs croaked from Lake Honey Springs. I shook off the sadness because I knew I had to get on with the day, and I opened the trunk of the car to put the cat tree in it. What on earth? I noticed the black money bag Perry had given Stephen for the drop-off was still in there. I laid the two pieces of the cat tree down and dragged the bag closer to me so I could open it. The croaking frogs were silenced, and the crickets had stopped rubbing their legs, and the sound of the zipper echoed off the quiet lake. An audible gasp escaped me when I looked down into the bag. The faint trunk light shed a glow on where Kamie's missing phone books had gone. I dragged my phone out of my bag and slammed the trunk shut.
Roxy, what's wrong?
A very sleepy Spencer answered the phone. I'm sorry I'm calling so early. I apologized and got into my car. I forget that most people don't get up for work this early. It was the normal time for a coffeehouse owner and baker. You can close the case of the missing phone books.
Huh?
He sounded so confused. They are in a black bag in the back of my car. I just couldn't believe it. I guess what Rodney said was true about Stephen staging the kidnapping to get the money. Apparently, he'd gotten two black bags, one with the money and one not.
Stephen's lawyer came into town a few hours ago and woke the judge up, getting Stephen out on bail. I told them not to leave town.
Spencer did not sound too thrilled.
I came home to get a couple hours of sleep. Where's your car?
I'm headed to the boardwalk to open the coffee house for Bunny before I head to the hospital. I knew he was hinting at coming to get the bag for evidence. I only touched the zipper to open it because I thought it was the money.
I'll be by the coffee house to get your keys to get it." He didn't even bother saying goodbye before he hung up. The few minutes' drive to the boardwalk really was a blur. My mind was filled with what Stephen had done to his wife. How could he do this to her? Did he do more to her that caused her to beg Rodney to let her stay there and not be taken back to Stephen? I pulled into the closest spot to the boardwalk to help avoid any questions from the media that were still set up in front of the Cocoon Inn. From what I could tell, the news about Daisy's fate hadn't been released. I quickly got out of my car and went around to the back of the boardwalk to avoid any attention, though it was still dark. You never knew when these media types could be lurking. I rounded the other side of the boardwalk and was met with a bright white moon, which appeared to be a double moon from its gorgeous reflection off Lake Honey Springs. The fireflies dotted the space between the lake and the moon, giving the lake a twinkling effect that was better than any movie could produce. The carriage lights on the boardwalk gave enough of a glow to let me hide within their shadows when I noticed someone walking toward me on the boardwalk. They had on a long coat, gloves, and a floppy hat. They stopped at the Bean Hive, covered their brows, and looked into the window as if they were trying to see if I was in there. The door frame of the dog boutique was my hiding place until the footsteps got closer as the person walked down toward me. I sucked in a deep breath and pulled in my gut, curling my toes, and turned my head to the side to fit perfectly in the doorway. "Is that you, Roxy Bloom?" Loretta Beebe tugged off the hat and gave me a good, hard stare. "What on earth are you doing? Have you gone and lost your mind?" "Loretta, you had me scared to death." I let out the big breath, letting my stomach go back to its normal size, and wiggled my toes from the cramp I'd gotten by curling them so tightly. I put my hand on my chest. "What are you doing out here this time of the morning?" "I heard about your Aunt Maxie and what she did to Daisy." "Leave it to Loretta to spin that tale." "I also heard Daisy wasn't wearing my jewels." "First off, let's go to the coffee house." I took a step forward and picked up my speed the closer to the Bean Hive I got. "Secondly," I said over my shoulder, "Aunt Maxie didn't do anything to Daisy." I opened the front door, flipped on the lights, and hurried in with Loretta behind me. "Please close and lock the door." I headed straight to the coat tree and hung up my bag. Callie meowed and jumped up on the counter. I picked up the sweet feline and gave her a few good rubs before she'd had enough, jumping out of my arms. I couldn't believe I'd forgotten the cat tree in my trunk. According to People magazine online, they sure did have a good time together. Loretta looked at the cat, and the woman's face looked like she was weaned on a pickle. "When I found out my jewels were missing, I put a Google alert on Daisy. Every time something with Daisy comes up, I get a notification on my phone." Her hand plunged into her pocket. Her hot pink fingernails jabbed at her phone before she scrolled up and put the phone in my face. "Look at her hair, as flat as a flitter, and my jewels around her neck." She shoved the phone so close to my face, I had to lean back to let the photo come into focus. "What happened to my jewels from the time your Aunt Maxie took her to the time she killed her?" I pushed the phone away from my face, grabbed the apron, and tied the apron around me as I walked over to the fireplace to flip its gas logs on. Aunt Maxie didn't kill Daisy. Someone shot them both, and it's been proven it wasn't from any gun Aunt Maxie owns or Rodney Crenshaw. On my way back to the counter, I made sure the tea station had been properly set up before Becca had left last night after she closed. Then I flipped on all the coffee makers and headed straight back to the kitchen. I gave the swinging door a little more oomph, letting it give some extra swings so Loretta knew I meant business. "You can't deny that Maxie had something on her mind." She shoved that darn phone back in my face, only this time Aunt Maxie and Daisy were having a good old time with big smiles on their faces.
Did she steal my jewels?" "Aunt Maxie?" I laughed. "Heavens, no. Look at her. She's bohemian. She'd rather wear faux leather and feathers than diamonds." The images of my eccentric aunt popped into my head. Sadness swept over me. I tried to cover my face by grabbing all the pre-made frozen treats from the freezer and starting my morning routine. "Then why was she with Daisy, and why didn't she turn her into the police when she found her?" Loretta asked me a question I'd been asking myself all night long. "I can't answer that, but when Aunt Maxie wakes up..." My voice cracked and my eyes teared up as I was even thinking of the option that maybe she wouldn't. "She'll be able to answer those questions." "Roxy." Loretta suddenly got a little empathy in her pinky finger and hurried over to me. She took the couple of trays from my hands and put them down. Then she put an arm around my shoulder. Her eyes were even cloudy. "I'm sorry. I want Maxine to be okay, too. I'm sure she'll be fine. She's too mean to stay down for too long." Both of us had a laugh through a couple of tears. "Loretta, are you getting soft on me?" I hugged her back and jerked away when I heard a knock at the door. That must be Spencer. "Why is he here?" She practically took a piggyback ride on me through the doors and out into the coffee house. Her question would not take too long to answer, and I wasn't sure that Spencer wanted people to know or not to know. "You can ask him about your jewelry. I found it best to get the heat off of me and put it right on him, since he might have some inside information." "Let me get those keys," I said after I unlocked the door and swung it open. He'd barely made it through when Bunny pushed past me. "What's going on here?" Bunny nervously asked. It caught my attention, but the others didn't seem to notice. I stopped, swung my head toward her, lowered my eyes, and searched her face for the reason for her tone. "Your face is going to freeze like that." She pointed and sashayed by me with a little secret up her sleeve. "What are you doing here so early, Bunny?" I asked, knowing she wasn't due for another hour. "Couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd come help you." Her eyes shifted around the room. "What's going on?" she whispered under the pillbox hat that was perched on top of her head. She swung the shawl off from around her shoulders and folded it over her arm. We stood in the middle of the coffee house in a standoff, one waiting for the other to answer the questions we posed to one another. In the meantime, Loretta was giving Spencer all sorts of hell about her jewelry. "You tell me what's going on," I told Bunny. "Later, Toots," she said through gritted teeth, which meant for me to get rid of Loretta and Spencer. "Let me get those keys for you." I hurried around Bunny over to the coat tree, where I dug down in my bag and got them out. "You can leave them on the wheel of the car. I'm going to be leaving soon to go see Aunt Maxie." "Loretta, I'm sure you can walk with Spencer down the boardwalk to keep him company. Bunny and I have to get this coffee house open. Kidnapper, murderer or not, business is business, and it just doesn't stop." The words coming out of my mouth shocked me as much as they shocked them. At least their faces looked like it. So much so, Spencer didn't quite know what to say. He simply took the keys and walked out of the coffee house with Loretta still chirping in his ear like a little bird. Now, I locked the door behind them and turned on the balls of my feet to face Bunny. "What is it that you are hiding?" "Maxine called me last night looking for you." Bunny's jaw tensed. "She said she'd found Daisy, and Daisy was more than happy to do her interview, only if she left her at the cabin and didn't say a word for a couple of days." A couple of days? It was online this morning. There was a big discrepancy from what Aunt Maxie had told her. "This morning?" Bunny had no idea what had happened. "You don't know, do you?" I asked. "Know what? That Maxie had Daisy?" she asked. "I told her not to get in trouble. I told her not to take a knife to a gunfight because she'd be accused of kidnapping without even telling her side." Patrick and I went to Rodney Crenshaw's hunting cabin, where we found Daisy dead and Aunt Maxie shot.
These words still didn't seem real as they spewed out of my mouth. I gulped. What? Bunny's jaw dropped. Is she... She couldn't bring herself to ask Aunt Maxie's fate. No, she was flown to the Lexington hospital where they did emergency surgery. When Patrick and I left, she was in stable condition. They promised me they'd call if anything changes, but I've not heard anything. I watched Bunny ease herself down into one of the cafe table chairs as the shock washed over her. I tried to talk her out of the interview and into immediately going to the police. Bunny shook her head and stared down at the ground. Did Maxine do it? No, apparently someone else did. Rodney Crenshaw? She asked, her brows dipped. They don't think so. But do you think you'll be all right if I go to the hospital and leave you here? I can call Mom. I wondered what Mom had heard, if anything. I was sure that as soon as the sun popped over the trees, the word about Daisy and Aunt Maxie would have spread like warm butter on a biscuit. I had little time to figure anything out. You go on right now. I'll be fine. She stood up, sucked in a deep breath, and became the solid woman I knew her to be, even though Aunt Maxie wasn't her best friend. It was times like these that reminded me of how wonderful it was to live in a small southern town. It was also a shame that it took something so drastic for all of us to come together and see eye to eye. Why did Aunt Maxie call you? I asked Bunny, thinking Bunny would be the last person she would call. Why hadn't she called me? She probably knew I would talk her out of it, though she did leave here pretty determined yesterday after she'd recognized Rodney's truck. Beats me, she shrugged. You get on out of here. You can feed the cat? Don't forget to put the freezer items in the oven. I looked up over her shoulder at the clock. It was just a little after 5 a.m. There was still a lot of time before the sun came up. I've opened for you plenty of times. She grabbed her apron and tied it around her waist. Go! I knew I had 3 places to go. The Cocoon Hotel to question Stephen, Aunt Maxie's house to find any clues about what her plan was once she did the interview, and the hospital to see how she was doing. 14. There was no getting around the media. They must have seen Spencer getting into my car, because they were all over the parking lot doing live feeds. Their spotlights lit up the dark better than the sun would. They stared into the cameras with their mouths up against the microphones, speaking directly to their viewing audience. It's rumored Daisy Lemon has been killed by her kidnapper and someone is in custody, I overheard one of them saying when I hid behind one of the trees on the hotel lawn. Even though they were all awake and on air, I still didn't want to be seen. The killer is in custody. We are going to be switching locations to the Honey Springs police station, so stay tuned, another said. Like a movie scene, the cameramen and the crews grabbed up the equipment and had it packed in all their vans before they headed out in a caravan. Where's the coffee? Kami looked down at my empty hands. Bunny will be bringing it. Did you get your phone books? I asked. Can you believe it? She grunted with disgust. Stephen Lemon, of all people, took my phone books to aid in his wife's disappearance, then claims he didn't have her killed? Kami stuck her hands on her hips. I told him and that fancy lawyer of his to get his stuff and get out of here. Did they leave? I asked in a panic. They are getting their stuff together right now. She shifted her gaze to the top of the stairs. I bolted up them 2 by 2 and ran down the hall, giving a couple of hard knocks to his guest door. What do you want? Stephen asked after he flung open the door. He had dark circles under his eyes. We have some business to discuss. I walked past him into his room. Where's your lawyer? He's gone. He was only here to get me off those charges. There was a smug tone to his voice that I didn't like. Something you couldn't do. Why would I try to get a killer off the hook? I didn't back down to his bullying. I don't know how many times I have to tell you people that I didn't kill my wife. He stomped around his room, throwing clothes into his bag. I had her kidnapped to get money. Now that money is gone. It's missing, and I have no idea what the corrupt police did with it." "Missing?" I asked sarcastically. "Corrupt police?" I asked in disbelief. "You've lost your mind, or made something up to go along with your creative Hollywood mind." "Honey, haven't you heard?" he snarled. "Truth is stranger than fiction. I'd never have been able to make this up. Now my beloved Daisy is dead." It dawned on me what Aunt Maxie had always said. You can't catch flies with vinegar, but you sure can catch 'em with honey. Right now, Stephen Lemon was my fly, and I needed to hear everything he had to say, whether I liked it or not. "I'm sorry. I can't imagine what you're going through. I believe you when you say that you didn't kill her." I put my hand on my chest for effect, though I was lying through my teeth. "Why didn't you let Rodney take her chemo pills so she could have them?" "Chemo pills?" Stephen's uncertainty made his voice harsh and demanding. "What on earth are you babbling about?" "You didn't know, did you?" A light bulb went off in my head as I watched his face go from a little red to pale white like a ghost. Daisy had cancer. She was taking chemo pills. "She did not." He searched my face for a plausible explanation for my claim. When I didn't move, he slowly sat down on the bed next to his suitcase. "That explains a lot of her behavior." "What do you mean?" I sat down next to him. I was starting to really feel sorry for him, because I could tell by his posture that he truly didn't know. "She insisted I get her no chemical hair dyes, even though I told her the color didn't convert well to the big screen. She started eating meat and sweets like she knew they couldn't hurt her. That's when I made her go on a diet and work out each day. When she went to the doctor for her checkup and weigh-in, the doctor wouldn't let me come in. I'd bet Daisy would let the doctor tell me. I only wanted what was best for her. She loved acting. I thought she was on a downward spiral." He palmed his hand to his head. "How could I have been so stupid? How did you find this out?" His emotions shifted from disbelief back to being mad. "She left her purse at the coffeehouse. I found it yesterday. When I opened it, there was a bottle in there. It didn't take much but Googling to look it up. Then my friend Chrissy told me about the non-chemical hair dye. And after Daisy had gotten a phone call, her attitude shifted, and she had wanted Chrissy to use real hair dye on her hair." I reached over and rubbed Stephen on the back. Though I didn't agree with him having her kidnapped, I certainly wasn't an evil person and not able to give comfort where it was so greatly needed. What was Daisy thinking? I wondered as I sat there with Stephen. Did Aunt Maxie know? Had Daisy confided in her? But if Stephen didn't kill her, who did? Daisy begged me to put more sugar in her latte. Then the whole meat and the quiche. It all started to add up to me. I sighed. What added up? Stephen looked at me. I bet Daisy didn't have long to live, and she was just living it up for a day. Then you had her kidnapped. Rodney insisted she didn't want to go back to you. He jerked at my words, his hands fisted in his lap. I didn't mean it like that. I began to explain myself. What if Daisy knew she was dying? Then Rodney told her your scheme to get her kidnapped. Maybe it was her way of not coming back and putting you through the agony of seeing her die. She'd never leave me. He interrupted me vehemently and jumped to his feet. He ran his hand through his hair as he paced. He pushed over to the window curtain. There was a hint of the sunrise glowing through the crack of the trees along the shore of Lake Honey Springs. I don't know about your accusation, but mark my word, I'll have my lawyer get in touch with that doctor, and there will be action against him if what you are saying is true. He threatened through gritted teeth. You have to go. He ordered me with a bleak, tight-lipped look. All of my questions had been answered enough for me to leave and not poke the bear any more than I already had. Still, I felt like he was hiding something, but I didn't know what it was. Roxy, where are you going? Is he leaving? Kami screamed after me as I darted down the steps. I don't know. I'll be back, I assured her, leaving no more room for questions. I had to get to Aunt Maxie's house, to see exactly what her motives were and why she'd not called the police to tell them she'd found Daisy. Why on earth had she called Bunny Bowowski, of all people? That would be the last person I knew Aunt Maxie would call, without a motive. 15. Aunt Maxie lived in a little neighborhood in downtown Honey Springs, in one of her many rental properties. She was like the shift of the breeze in the wind. Since she'd sold her dream home to Patrick years ago, she had become much more of a free spirit. Downtown was pretty much the typical small southern town. Central Park was smack dab in the middle, with a sidewalk going around it and different sidewalks leading to the middle of the park, where a big white gazebo stood. I glanced over, and in the faint morning sunrise, I could see where the bust Lemon Productions was going to unveil was still covered. Now that Daisy was dead, I wondered if the mayor was going to insist on doing the ceremony before Stephen left town. The dimly lit carriage lights dotting all of the downtown sidewalks normally had seasonal flags dangling off the dowel rods, but the beautification committee had new ones made with spotlights and honey springs to signify that the movie was being filmed here. Popping out of the soil around the park were daffodils in all sorts of colors, showing just how pretty nature was, with the help of the limestone in our Kentucky bluegrass. The courthouse was located in the middle of Main Street with a beautiful view of the park, and Mom's realtor office was next to that. There was a medical building with the dentist, optometrist, podiatrist, and a good old-fashioned medical doctor located on the opposite side of the courthouse. I took a left at the first stoplight that led around the side of the courthouse and took the third right before pulling into Aunt Maxie's house. All the questions popped into my head. Why hadn't she called me about finding Daisy when she knew I was looking for her? Why did she send the photos to People magazine early? Who was her contact there? I picked up my phone to see if I'd missed a call from the hospital. All the answers that Aunt Maxie could possibly tell me tore at my insides. There weren't any missed phone calls. I put my phone in my bag and took out the keys from the ignition and searched through my keychain for Aunt Maxie's extra key she'd given me. The small ranch was 3 bedrooms with 2 baths. It was a cute layout with a Jack and Jill bathroom between 2 of the bedrooms, and the master had its own. There was a family room and kitchen combination with a dining room. Most of her furniture she'd gotten from Goodwill or the side of the road. She said that living like a nomad made her happy, when in reality she had enough money to buy back her dream house from Patrick and more, but she didn't want to do that. Aunt Maxie was very neat and tidy when it came to her house. Her words rang in my head. She would say, "Always leave your house clean in case you die." According to her words of wisdom, she wasn't planning on dying any time soon. Her house was a mess. There were files and papers all over the table in her dining room, which she'd been using for a home office for the Sticky Situations gossip column. When I bent down to pick up a couple of the files to see what they were, my back end bumped the table, bringing the laptop screen to life. With a quick glance, I saw there wasn't a passcode. I left the files on the ground and sat down in the dining room chair, ready to explore her history settings and find out exactly what she'd been up to. The first place I looked up was her email box. There was an email from an editor at People magazine. Immediately, I clicked on it in hopes of finding out more about Aunt Maxie's photo shoot she and Daisy had had. The email read, "Maxine, these photos are to die for. We especially love the one with Daisy and all the jewelry. We will be running those in the morning along with your interview. I noticed it's not attached, and the email says you sent this from your phone. Will I be getting the interview soon?" "You sent them from your phone?" I clicked to the sent emails and noticed a sent receipt from her phone. You had to be at the cabin. I talked to the laptop like it was her sitting in front of me. "It was shortly thereafter I found you." The chills spread across my body when I recalled what the nurse had told me. If you'd been about 10 minutes longer, she'd never have made it. I closed my eyes and gave a little thankful prayer for getting there on time. I clicked back over to the inbox to see if there was any more correspondence. The same editor had sent another email around 4 a.m. saying that they'd not received the interview, so they would run the photos in their Star Trek section of the online edition and wait for the interview for their print copy coming out next week. When I went back through all the emails in the thread, I read the one from Aunt Maxie to this editor. It said that she knew where Daisy was, and the police hadn't told the media she'd been found. She'd already had Daisy on board to do the interview and pose for some photos. The timestamp on that email was hours earlier, and about the time Rodney had said he'd left to take the CD to the radio station for Daisy. Rodney and Aunt Maxie must have just missed each other. Aunt Maxie sent the photos from her phone when she knew she was shot. I continued to toggle back and forth between the emails. She wouldn't have sent in the photos without that interview unless... I knew Aunt Maxie's ego was too big not to send in the article and the photos to go into the print edition. Getting a big article like People was a dream of hers, and no one, not even a kidnapper, was going to take that from her. "It's a clue," I said out loud and looked at each email's time carefully. There was a calendar on her table with the days I opened the shop and the days Bunny opened the shop. It was her way of knowing when to come and when to stay away, but she knew that Bunny loved People magazine and looked at it every day. She also called Bunny. "Are these all clues that you were in trouble?" I asked myself and tried to put the pieces together like a puzzle. She called Bunny because she had a feeling something was going to go down, and if she called me, she knew I'd try to talk her out of it or go with her. I bent down and picked up a couple of the files and started to thumb through them. Aunt Maxie had Daisy's doctor's phone number and a statement from him about Daisy's cancer, along with a signed consent form from Daisy. There were medical records listing how Daisy had been going through treatment, but she was terminal. I reached down into my bag and took Aunt Maxie's phone to pull up the photos again. Daisy didn't look terminal. She really didn't look all that ill. Maybe underneath all her makeup was a different story. "What did she say in her interview?" I asked. Bringing up interview, Siri's voice came across Aunt Maxie's phone, scaring me half to death. "Interview?" I questioned under my breath before the voice memo on Aunt Maxie's phone popped up. There was an excerpt titled Daisy Lemon's Last Will and Testament. I pushed the arrow triangle to start the interview. "We are going to start the interview." Perfect. I've got a lot to say. You know, this is probably the last interview I'll be doing, so make sure you ask for a lot of money. "Why are you not going to be doing any more?" "I'm dying. I have cancer." There's an inaudible groan from Aunt Maxie. "I'm so sorry. How long do you have?" "What time is it?" "Don't worry about looking. It's today." "What's today?" "How long I have." "Honey, I might be old, but not too old to see that you look as fit as a fiddle to me. There ain't no way you're dying today." "What's your questions?" "Now that you know your husband had you kidnapped, then I kidnapped you for this interview. You made me bring you back here to where your first kidnapper brought you, Rodney Crenshaw. Why?" "Rodney and his wife are about to have a baby. I want him to get his money from Stephen. Though I do wish Stephen had told me about the kidnapping. He almost foiled my plans." "Your plans?" "Mm-hmm." "Are you mad at Stephen for trying to use you to get money? Illegally?" "No. If I didn't have terminal cancer, maybe. But all that's water under the bridge." "I sure wouldn't be as forgiving if my husband had me kidnapped. Deathbed or not. When they found me, I'd go to jail for killing him." "Tell me about the sculpture the production company is giving the town." "Stephen always gives the town a big bronze bust of himself. He's a little egotistical, but most of us Hollywood types are. Anyways, there's a little trick door in it. He does this to see if anyone ever finds it. No one ever does." "Trick door? Sometimes he puts a couple $100 in there, or just some sort of movie memorabilia. So you be sure to go and look at the one he's giving Honey Springs.
What did he put in ours?
I have no idea. He only tells me after we leave the town. Shame, you know.
What's a shame?
That I will never know what he gave Honey Springs in the trick door.
Oh, 'cause you're dying today?
There's a little giggle from Aunt Maxie, like she didn't believe Daisy was going to die. I am. I hired a sniper.
You what?
I hired someone to kill me. That's why I'm wearing all of these jewels. That's their payment.
Why on earth would you do that?
I don't want to die a slow, painful death. This way, you get the big last interview, and I don't suffer.
I don't think that you should do that, and I think we need to call the Pope.
I jumped as the sounds of a shot rang out. Then the interview stopped. Oh my gosh. I gasped and looked down at the phone. I was shaking. I put the phone on the table and held on to the end of the table to get some sort of feeling in my hands. I felt like all the blood had drained from my body. Daisy planned her own death? My mouth went dry. Who did it? Who would take her offer? I sucked in a few deep breaths before I got up. This was the big evidence. With a couple of deeper breaths, I got myself together enough to retrieve my phone. I hit the contact button and slowly scrolled through until I got to Spencer's name. Then I hit the call button.
What's up?
He answered. Daisy hired a hitman to kill her. It was like ripping off a Band-Aid. I had to say it fast in fear I might have a meltdown. Daisy what? He sounded stunned, or maybe not sure of what I'd said. I could hear in the background some shuffling and the sound of a door closing. I said Daisy hired a hitman because her cancer was terminal and she never wanted to suffer. Aunt Maxie has all the consent paperwork from Daisy that states Daisy's doctor could send it all to Aunt Maxie about Daisy's illness. She also had a taped interview on her phone. Daisy wanted Rodney to keep her there because she'd hired the sniper. It all sounded so Hollywood or like a movie now that I'd said it out loud.
And how did the sniper know she was in Rodney Crenshaw's cabin?
He asked a darn great question. I don't know. That's now what you need to find out. You find the killer and you find Loretta's jewels. I continued to stare at Aunt Maxie's phone. Daisy said she told the sniper she'd pay him with the jewelry.
Where's this information?
The consent. The phone, he asked. I've got them. I'm at Aunt Maxie's. I'm getting ready to leave and go to Lexington. Why don't I bring them to the station on my way? I asked and gathered up the files in a pile, still not touching the phone.
I don't think we need to go look around Maxine's house. I don't think it's part of the crime scene, so yeah, bring them by. I was just interviewing the last of the movie production crew so they can get on their way.
I bet they're relieved. I knew they'd been a little antsy, wanting to get to the next movie location now that they'd been paid.
They want answers like we do. Stephen Lemon and Rodney Crenshaw passed their lie detectors this morning.
He sounded exhausted. Now I've got to find a sniper. Great. We hung up the phone. I finished gathering all of the papers that looked like they had anything to do with Daisy before I grabbed Aunt Maxie's phone and headed out the door. It was only 9 a.m. The sun might have been bright and sunny as the rays penetrated my car's windshield, but I felt none too cheerful. All the things were running through my head, making it hard for me to sort out. I truly believed Aunt Maxie had sent those photos to People magazine because it was the only thing she knew to do to get those photos out and online and let people know she was with Daisy, somewhere. She had to have known that Bunny or Loretta was going to see them and tell me. Only it was Patrick who took me to the cabin to question Rodney. In my head I heard, "If you'd only been 10 minutes longer." The nurse's voice haunted me over and over as I turned the car back onto Main Street. Central Park was on my right. The bronze bust was uncovered and glistened as the sun seemed to have focused all its rays on it. I slowed down and noticed the covering had fallen off. I skidded to a halt when I noticed a pair of shoes, toes pointed up, and the body not moving. 16. Well, I guess Daisy and Stephen can be in eternal peace together. Mom had wrapped her arms around me as we watched the coroner take Stephen Lemon away on the church cart to put him in the hearse. "Mom," I scolded her. She had run across the street from her office when she saw the police lights and heard the sirens. That was when she found me standing over Stephen's body, along with Spencer Shepherd. "What?" she asked. "It's true. Do you think she had the sniper get him too?" I don't think so. I tried to rewind my mind and think about seeing Stephen at his guest room at the Cocoon Hotel. He never mentioned where he was going to go since Kami had kicked him out for stealing her phone books, even after he denied doing so. "I just got back from visiting your aunt." Her words nearly knocked me over. "Stop it. I care about her." "And? Was she awake?" I pulled my phone out of my back pocket and checked to see if I'd missed a call from the hospital. "No, but they said her vitals are looking good, and they expect her to wake up any minute." Mom rubbed her hand down my back. "Are you gonna be okay? I'm worried about you." "I'm fine now that you've told me Aunt Maxie's vitals are good. I don't know what I'd do without her in my life." For a second, I saw a little hurt on my mom's face. "Or you. If anything ever happened to you, I don't know what I'd do." We stood there in silence, watching Spencer walk toward us. "Same bullets." Spencer had dragged me away from Mom, pulling me off to the side of the investigation. "It appears our sniper got him too." Mom would be pleased as pie to know she got something right in this investigation. She didn't say anything about that in her interview with Aunt Maxie. I said while I dug deep into my bag and retrieved the files along with Aunt Maxie's phone. "The interview is in her memo section. She doesn't have a passcode and voice recognition, so you should have no problem finding it." I handed them to him. "I talked to Stephen this morning. He didn't say where he was going, but do you think he knew the sniper?" "Good possibility. Where else would Daisy find someone who'd do that?" He dragged his toe along the grass. 3 shooting victims in less than 24 hours and 2 dead. Not good. The mayor is going to call for me to resign." "I doubt that. You're so close to figuring this out." I didn't really believe myself, but he needed the encouragement. "Does that mean you're not going to snoop around anymore?" he asked. His brows dipped and the corners of his mouth turned down. "Are you telling me that you're actually enjoying my help?" I questioned. "I'm saying that you have some sort of odd knack for discovering clues and things the entire department can't seem to uncover." He smiled. "Get out of here. You go see your Aunt Maxie. I'll catch up with you later if I need anything else." "Do you have any leads?" I asked. He gave me the look. "I'm only asking because you know if Aunt Maxie wakes up, she's going to want to know." "Tell her it's an ongoing investigation." He hustled back to the group of officers crawling around on the ground looking for evidence. "What was that about?" Mom asked. "Nothing. He just told me he hoped Aunt Maxie was well and wakes up soon." I decided not to tell Mom anything. She was the type that was told on a need-to-know basis, because she would worry herself to death, which meant she was going to bug me to death. "Why don't you come over for some supper tonight? I'll call Patrick and he can grab the granddogs on the way over." Mom did have a good plan. "I don't feel like cooking." That was a first for me. I think I'm too worried about Aunt Maxie to even think about cooking. Cooking, baking, and making perfect coffees were part of my creative side, and it seemed to be zapped. I knew it would come back as soon as Aunt Maxie was in the clear and I could hear her talk to me. But for now, I just might let my mom take care of me. And Patrick, of course. Mom and I looked over at the curb on the road when we heard a lot of doors sliding and slamming shut. The media had obviously caught wind of the death of Stephen Lemon as the reporters tried to outrun each other to get a better shot. Their cameramen hurried up behind them, their camera cords dragging across the grass. "I'm getting out of here before this circus starts up." I gave Mom a quick kiss and headed to the car, plucking the ringing phone from my pocket. "You won't believe what's happened," I told Patrick. "I heard Stephen Lemon was found dead in the park," he responded. "And Daisy hired a hitman to kill her." I was still so shocked at her actions. There was no way I would be able to do that. I would be looking out the window in anticipation, chewing my nails, and who knew what else. But I also wasn't in her situation either. I guess people do things when they're desperate. "That's a little too desperate," Patrick said on the other end of the phone. There were clanks and voices in the background. "Are you at the coffee house?" I asked, hearing the familiar voices. "I am. Sassy and Pepper, too." There was a tone in his voice that made it seem he wasn't too happy. "Bunny told me what you were up to. She said you were going to see Maxine, but I made a service call to the Cocoon Hotel." "Oh." I gnawed on the edge of my lip to stop me from talking. I bit down a little harder, waiting for him to respond to the silence. "Oh. All you have to say is oh?" Was he baiting me? "She said you had a little chat with Stephen before you ran out." "I went to Aunt Maxie's house. That's where I found the evidence that Daisy had terminal cancer. Then the voice memo on her phone." There was no reason to tell him about People magazine and how I'd found all that out. He didn't want to hear all that. He wanted me to say that I would stop snooping, and he was right. I'm not going to snoop anymore.
"I'll take a killer latte, large,"
I heard a voice in the background say. "You tell them there is no such thing as a killer latte," I yelled into the phone. "Settle down. It's one of the production crew ordering to go. They said Spencer cleared them to hit the road." I still didn't like that they called it Killer Latte when it was supposed to be Star Studded Latte. I don't care who it is. Now that Daisy and Stephen are dead, it's not even funny. I couldn't believe the attention the coffeehouse was getting. "He adopted Callie." What should have made my heart sing made my heart drop to my toes. "Oh, I was going to talk Chrissy into adopting her. What about Callie's life? Did Louise approve it?" I asked. "She was actually in here when he decided to adopt her. He filled out the paperwork. Louise did a quick background check, and he's not on the road for a few months. Apparently, they work a few months, then take a few months off. Patrick and Louise knew better, so I guess things had worked out for Callie like they were supposed to." "Which crew member?" I asked, and headed the car out of town for the drive to Lexington. "Wesley something or other. At least, he said it was something that I knew and liked." Wesley Miles, the key grip. He was nice, and he really liked Daisy. I couldn't help but remember the look on his face after Daisy was kidnapped. I bet he got Callie in honor of Daisy. "You know, I think he did call her Daisy and mention changing her name." That made me smile and made me think Daisy would like that. "Video!" I smacked the wheel with the palm of my hand. "Video?" Patrick asked. "Nothing. I've got to go." My mind suddenly clicked back into amateur sleuth mode, and I remembered Mom had installed a security camera on the outside of her office over the winter when business was down and she didn't stay in the office much. She'd gotten it so she could watch from the luxury of her home. If the camera showed someone at her office door, she could scurry over there in a second, since she, too, lived in the downtown neighborhood. "Roxanne." Patrick meant business when he said my full name. "What's going on in that brain of yours?" "Nothing. I'll call you back." I put the phone down on the passenger seat and jerked the wheel before making a U-turn in the middle of the road and heading right back toward downtown Honey Springs. 17. Members of the sheriff's department were still running around Central Park. Some of them were still on their hands and knees going through the grass. A few more had cameras and snapped different photos, while others were standing around talking. When I drove past, the news media were so focused on getting footage of their news reporters in front of the bust as close as they could get without going over the police line that they didn't even pay attention to anything or anyone else around them, including me. At the next light, I made a U-turn so I could park in front of Mom's office, where someone had just pulled out. I grabbed my bag and hurried through her door, the bell signaling my entrance. "What are you doing back? Is something wrong?" Mom looked up from the desk, halted, and appeared shocked to see me. "Is Maxine okay? I know you didn't get there this fast." She pulled up her shirt sleeve and glanced at her watch. "Mom, settle down. Everything is fine," I assured her. "Do you still have the security camera?" "Yes. Why?" A shadow of alarm touched her face. "You think the killer is on there?" She smacked the desk and jumped up. "Maybe. Did Spencer ask to see your footage yet?" I knew he would eventually go to every business in the area or have a deputy go around and ask for their security footage. "He hasn't, but I'll give it to him," she readily agreed. "I want to see it." "I want to see it." It definitely wasn't something I should have said or done, but the curiosity got to me. "Are you sure we should look at it?" She lowered her voice, being purposely mysterious. "I'm positive." I gave a hard nod. "What's the harm? It's your camera, and he hasn't asked." She waved me over to the hallway, and I followed her to a small mechanical room containing the hot water heater and the HVAC unit, along with all the electrical boxes to run the old cottage house renovated to be the real estate office. She walked over to a tiny black box in the wall, where she opened the door and exposed the security system. "That's it?" I questioned. "Yeah, it's interesting how small they can make these things now." She shrugged and pulled out a USB stick. "Here you go. The last 48 hours. It resets after that, so we should probably download it." I took it and followed her out of the room to the office. "You can't send it through email because the file will be too big. At least that's what they told me." She opened the door of the desk and pointed to the port where the USB stick fit in. As I shoved it in, she booted up the software for the security cameras and started the footage. "Can you fast forward? We don't have 48 hours to watch." I gnawed on my lip and looked out the office's front windows, and Spencer was standing on the sidewalk across the street, pointing and talking to another officer. I think Spencer is splitting up the offices and shops between him and another officer to ask for any footage. "I think..." She muttered something else that I didn't understand and fiddled with the mouse attached to the keyboard. "Right about here." I stood behind her and watched over her shoulder as the morning in downtown Honey Springs unfolded. There were joggers, bikers, strollers, and cars that passed in front of Central Park. "There's my car," I pointed out when I noticed myself on my way to Aunt Maxie's. "It should be coming soon, because after I left there was when I saw his body." Mom and I sat in silence. On more than one occasion, we would lean in a little to get a better look. It was like we were watching a horror film. "Is that something?" Mom touched the computer screen when someone was walking on the far side near the gazebo in Central Park. "Yeah, can you make the picture bigger?" I asked, and watched as Stephen Lemon walked up to the covered bust of himself. "What's in his hand?" Mom had used the mouse to click on the small target icon on the screen to make it take up all the area. "It looks like a bag." Mom and I both leaned in more. "Oh my gosh," I gasped. "It's the money bag. He told me someone took the money. What's he doing now?" We watched as he pulled the covering off the bust and bent down. "Is he taking it off the podium?" Mom asked. "No." I suddenly remembered a small detail from Aunt Maxie's interview with Daisy that I thought was small, but in reality was huge. There's a trick door in the bottom of the bust. "Trick door?" Mom's head twisted around and she looked at me. "Yeah. Daisy told Aunt Maxie in an interview how Stephen loved to put a little secret compartment in all the busts he gives to each town. He puts a little something in them for when someone discovers the compartment. I watched in awe as he opened a door and started to take out stacks of cash and put them in the bag. She said maybe $100 or even some movie memorabilia, not $400,000. I glanced to the left to look out the window again to see where Spencer was. This was definitely something he needed to see. "Roxy, did you see that?" Mom jumped out of her chair and threw her hands over her eyes. "What?" I turned back to look at the screen. Stephen Lemon was on the ground, like I had found him. The bag was gone. "Someone just shot him!" Mom cried out, "and I saw it." "Rewind it." I patted her to go back and sit down. "Did you recognize them?" I asked her right before the office door opened. Spencer Shepherd was standing in the door. "Spencer!" Mom hurried over. "My security camera shows Stephen Lemon getting shot," Mom said in a shaky voice. "Come here, I'll show you." Spencer's brows rose. He slid his glance toward me. "Really?" There was an edge to his voice. He didn't look very happy with me. "I thought you were going to see Maxine and not Snoop." Mom was busy using the mouse to get the footage to the exact spot where Stephen had been shot. Spencer was busy fussing at me. I wasn't. I had all good intentions, and then I got this crazy idea that Mom's camera might have caught the killer, so I turned around. And I was right. My voice was soft but alarming. "Here!" Mom gestured us over, bouncing on her toes. "Right here!" Spencer and I stood behind her after she pushed the play button. I felt like we were watching a real-life scary movie. The figure came into the view of the camera from the front of Central Park, and Stephen had entered the park on the right. It was so calculated that if someone had been right there watching, they might have missed it. "It's like they knew Stephen had something in the trick compartment." Mom made an excellent point. "Trick compartment?" Spencer asked. "Yeah, on the interview with Daisy, she tells Aunt Maxie about it. I'll let you listen to it, but I didn't think it was very important until now." My eyes grew as the killer turned around. The camera got a perfect view of him. "Wesley!" I gasped, throwing my hand over my mouth. "Wesley, the key grip. He's the sniper and the killer. And now he has Callie." I grabbed Spencer by the arm and took a handful of his shirt, fisting it. "You've got to stop the movie crew caravan from heading out of town. I've got to get Callie back." Everything Patrick had told me about how Wesley had changed Callie's name to Daisy and how he was not going to the next movie started to make sense. There were photos that Aunt Maxie had taken of Daisy and Wesley talking on the set. They were close. He did like her a lot. Spencer had already started making phone calls. He would probably do anything for her, and especially for the jewels. "Now he has the jewels, $400,000, and Callie!" I screamed, grabbing my bag, flinging it across my body, and reaching for my keys. "Oh no, you aren't going," Spencer warned. "Yes, I am. I'm going to get that cat back. You can get the rest back." There was no way I wasn't going to go and get the cat. "You can't stop her." Mama shook her head and had already ejected the USB stick before giving it to Spencer. "Fine, you can ride with me. And no funny stuff. You stand back and wait until I tell you to get the cat." His tone told me there was no room for negotiation, and that was fine with me. I sat in the passenger seat of his car in silence as he made all sorts of calls and put out APBs to all the surrounding counties and major towns. He was pretty smart in making sure he didn't turn on his lights and sirens until we were a distance away from Central Park, so as not to alert the media. It would be hard to miss a caravan of tractor-trailers with the film production's logo heading out of Honey Springs. I wiggled my fingers and played with my fingernails nervously, hoping and praying we would catch up to them. We zoomed past my house on our way out of town. We were going so fast that Patrick's truck in the driveway was a blur. If he only knew this was me in the car with Spencer, he would have a fit. I think I see one of them rounding the curve ahead. Spencer lifted his pointer finger from gripping the wheel. You will remain in the car until I gesture for you to go. Suddenly, there were more and more sounds of sirens that were coming from ahead of us. When I saw the brake lights of the tractor trailers ahead of us come on, my stomach curled into a knot and butterflies tickled my throat. It's go time. Spencer threw the car in park and jumped out. In a fluid motion, he'd unlatched his gun from the holder and had 2 hands on it, pointing it directly at the truck. Sheriff, get out of the truck with your hands up. I shifted in the seat to see which angle was going to give me a better view. Sheriff, come out with your hands up. He yelled even louder when there was no movement. The officers on the front end that had stopped the caravan were all in their cop stances and had eyes on Spencer as if they were waiting for their orders. Spencer gave 2 quick head nods, and all the officers took off running towards the trucks. It was as if they had a perfect plan for which truck each one of them was going to. I watched in awe as they would jerk open the doors, followed up by a lot of screaming, gun jabbing, and production crew members hopping out of the rigs with their hands in the air. Wesley wasn't among them. Spencer screamed one last time at the truck directly in front of us, giving them a specific warning before the door flung open and someone had pushed Wesley out, flinging him out of the truck and down onto the pavement. Spencer leapt into action, keeping a steady gun pointed at the truck and one heavy foot on Wesley's back. 2 other crew members jumped out of the truck with their hands up in the air. Come on, come on! My legs bounced. I was anxious to get my hands on Callie, and I knew that the more they had that door open, if she wasn't in a cage, she would jump out and run. Another officer ran over to Spencer, replacing his foot on Wesley. I couldn't take it. I knew what Spencer had told me, but I had to get Callie. I jerked the door open and ran to the cab of the truck Wesley had gotten out of. Roxy, I told you to stand down, Spencer warned me when I stuck my hand on the handle of the big rig and hoisted myself on the footrest to look into the truck. Hey, Callie. A rush of relief swept over me when I saw her lying in the front seat, curled up like I'd disturbed her sleeping. You're such a cat. I laughed and reached over to grab her with both hands. As I turned around, my feet started to slide off the footrest. I tucked Callie in my arm like a football and tried to grab anything I could to keep from falling. It was too late. The object I grabbed apparently wasn't anchored. When I landed on my back, Callie was still tucked tight in one hand, and the black bag of money was gripped in my other hand. Money and jewels from the unzipped bag spilled out all over the pavement. We had no idea until you stopped us that he did this. One of the crew members was desperately trying to tell Spencer. We were like, man, what did you do? Yeah, we had no clue, or we'd never have let him get away with it. The other member from their truck looked so scared. Wesley was now standing up with the cuffs on him. The officer read him his rights. She begged me. She was dying. Wesley continued to say like he was in the right and on the moral high ground. The jewels aren't yours, and killing Stephen Lemon for the money he stole wasn't your right either. The officer grabbed Wesley by the arm and led him to the cop car. With Callie in my arms, I didn't care what they did with the money or the jewels. We headed back to the car, where I continued to hold her tight, talk to her, and give her lots of rubs while Spencer, along with the rest of the officers, interviewed the crew members. You certainly didn't do what I told you to do. Spencer sat back in the driver's seat with his hands resting on his thighs. I had to get her. I wasn't about to apologize. You could have been hurt, and your husband would kill me. He wasn't lying. Patrick would really kill him. He reached over and gave Callie a 2-finger rub on the top of her head. I knew I wasn't in danger. I knew you had my back. I smiled as the satisfaction showed. We make a good team. No,
He shook his head and started the car. We are not a team. That's what you told me last time I helped you on a case. I didn't have to gloat too much to prove I was right. No, we are not a team. He threw the gear shift into drive, and after doing a U-turn, we headed back to town. 18. I can't get over how good you look. I mean, I probably would look good, too, with my Cherokee coloring and all.
Loretta Beebe was hunkered over Aunt Maxie like a sweat bee.
Loretta, honey. I could tell by Aunt Maxie's tone that she was going to say something about how she knew Loretta went over to Lisa Stahl's house and used that tanning bed she kept in her garage.
We all wish we had your coloring, I interrupted, and sat down, the 2 cups of hot tea in my hand. One for you, I told Loretta, and one for you. I slid the other one in front of Aunt Maxie. Mom had brought Aunt Maxie down to the coffee house since the doctors hadn't cleared her to drive. It was actually refreshing to see the 2 of them getting along.
I am blessed, Aunt Maxie said.
When Loretta nodded her head in agreement, the rolls on her neck stretched, exposing the super white skin in the folds. Aunt Maxie's eyes grew and her mouth opened. Can I get you a piece of blueberry crumb cake with my famous daisy lemon latte? I didn't let Aunt Maxie say what was on her mind, exposing Loretta's real skin color. Daisy lemon latte? Mom asked. Yes, I changed the name in honor of Daisy. I still smiled at the memory of how happy Daisy was when she'd ordered the latte from me that day. I'd love one. Mom's features became more animated. And a big piece of the crumb cake. I'll be right back. The coffee house was very busy for an afternoon, but I believed it was because the tourists felt safe after Aunt Maxie's article in People magazine had come out. I was so proud of her. It was a dream come true, and the copy she'd been carrying around she would show to anyone who just looked her way. Spencer was right about Patrick. Patrick was furious with me when he found out I was the one in the car with Spencer when the arrest happened. It took him a couple of days to even begin to talk to me. Now he responded to me in one-word sentences, no matter how hard I tried to talk to him. The bell over the coffee house dinged. Louise and Chrissy had walked in with Becca English and another woman behind them. I'm going to adopt Callie. Chrissy sidled up to the counter with a big grin on her face. I'm here to sign off on it. Louise grabbed Chrissy's file that I kept next to the cash register. I'm so glad you got her back. Yeah, me too. I let out a long sigh and put the finishing touches on Mom's latte, while Chrissy signed the paperwork at the counter. At the expense of my marriage, I groaned under my breath and eagerly looked up when the bell dinged again, and I was hoping it was Patrick. He'd not even stopped by the coffee house to see me like he usually did on a daily basis. I knew he was stressed out about the light work around Honey Springs, but he didn't take into account that the coffee house was doing great. I hated to admit that Daisy's death had brought a lot of tourists to see Honey Springs, giving me a lot more customers on top of the usual tourists. I understood him about not needing Aunt Maxie's dream home anymore, and it would make a great home for someone. Mom, I called out and held the drink up in the air for her to come get. With a slice of the knife, I cut her a nice-sized piece of the crumb cake and put it on a cute antique plate. This looks so good. She reached for her food. Mom, I put my hand on hers. Can you do me a favor and draw up the paperwork to sell Patrick's house? Sell the house? She looked as shocked as I felt saying the words. You love that house. That's the house where Patrick first kissed you, from what I heard. It wasn't like you told me anything while you were here every summer. We aren't going to go down that road, are we? I wanted her to know that was in the past. You have fallen in love with Honey Springs. You've met a lot of people. I'm sure you know someone who would love to have it.
Are you sure? Have you told Patrick? Because he has begged me to talk to you." She pinched off a piece of cake and popped it into her mouth. "I told him that once you made peace with it, you'd let it go." "I have. We are paying the monthly bills, and I don't want to move out of my cabin, so I think it's best." The decision felt good. It felt like the right thing to do. "Are you sure you aren't doing this in haste because he's a little upset with you right now?" Mom was really making sure. "I know you, and you'd do practically anything to have him return to the doting husband he is." "No, I'm positive. My heart told me it was right." "Okay." She pushed the antique plate back toward me. "I'll take this cake to go because I've got a new contract to get signed. I know the perfect family who will love that house. You're the best." I reached under the counter and grabbed one of the to-go boxes with the Bean Hive logo sticker on it. I put the cake in it and ran my hand over the logo, remembering the first day I'd opened and Patrick had come in to fix the oven and stove. Looking down at Sassy sleeping on her bed behind the counter made me really think about him. When he'd come into the coffee house a couple of years ago, I'd had no idea it was him, but he knew instantly it was me. I'd been so mean and refused to talk to him or even let him do the work, but Aunt Maxie had owned the building and forced me to let him do it. That house had created a lot of unnecessary heartache between us when it held such a great memory of that first kiss. But it was time to let go of it and create new memories. "Hey, Becca," I greeted my afternoon employee. "You're here a little early. You aren't on the schedule until tomorrow." I'd given Becca and Bunny a few days off after everything that had gone on. They had literally kept the shop going for me, fulfilling orders while I was off playing lawyer and amateur sleuth.
"I wanted you to meet my teacher. She's the staffer in charge of the coffee shop that you're going to help us with at the school." Becca was so excited about the school's new adventure. Kate Gray. The woman had on a pair of black slacks and a short-sleeved green sweater, and her long black hair was pulled back at the nape of her neck. "It's so nice to finally meet the woman Becca looks up to." "Becca's so sweet." I gestured to the bakery display. "Can I get you anything to eat or a drink?" "If we're going to be trying to imitate your coffee, then I guess I better sample it." Kate took her time and walked down the display cases to see which treat she would like to sample. "Becca can probably give you some good ideas what the afternoon kids like to purchase after school." I kept my attention on her to see which one struck her fancy. "Hey there." Patrick's face was hidden behind a large bouquet of yellow roses. He took them away from his face. I could see the worry lines around his eyes had deepened. There was a sadness around his face. "I'm sorry we're fighting about the house. I love you, and if you want to keep the house, it's all good." I walked around the counter. I took the flowers from him, curled up on my toes, and put my arms around his neck. I already told Mom to draw up the papers to sell it. She said she already has a buyer in mind. I kissed him on the lips. "I trust you in making decisions on property and all things construction, just like you trust me to run my business and stick my nose in places that I probably shouldn't stick it." "Is that your way of apologizing for putting yourself in the crossfire between the sheriff's department and the film crew caravan?" He looked down his nose at me. "To be clear, there wasn't any shooting going on. Maybe a lot of screaming." I pressed my lips against his when he went to protest. Someone cleared their throat behind us. I glanced over Patrick's shoulder, where Kate was still standing. "Kate," I greeted her. "This is my husband, Patrick Kane. He's a contractor and would love to give you a bid on the coffee shop you're going to be building in the school cafeteria. He did all the maintenance here and understands exactly what goes into a coffee shop." "Do you think you could put together a bid quickly?" She seemed genuinely interested. "I'll go get right on it." He quickly gave me a goodbye kiss, but not without Sassy insisting she go with him. "I'd also like for you to add something to the time capsule we're going to be putting in the ground to be opened in 20 years. She turned her attention back to me. "Time capsule?" I asked with intrigue. "We'd like to put in there about the coffee station in the school, and since your coffee house opened, it's become a very popular hangout for our students, so we'd like to put something in there from you." The smile that crossed my face was so big that I was almost embarrassed by it. When I first moved to Honey Springs, it was to get my life back on track. Not only has this amazing, small southern town given me that and much more, but I was now going to be part of its history. Life was good. Recipes from the Bean Hive. Star Studded Latte. Ingredients: 3½ cups of water, 1½ cups whole milk, 10 chai-flavored black tea bags, 1/3 cup caramel flavoring syrup, sweetened whipped cream and hot caramel ice cream topping, optional. Directions: 1. In a large saucepan, bring water and milk to a boil over medium heat, stirring occasionally. 2. Add tea bags. Reduce heat. Simmer, covered, 5 minutes. 3. Remove from heat. Continue steeping, covered, 5 minutes. 4. Squeeze excess liquid from all tea bags into tea. Discard tea bags. 5. Stir in caramel syrup. 6. If desired, top servings with whipped cream and caramel topping. Enjoy! Easy Peasy Lemon Cookies. Ingredients: 1 box of lemon cake mix, 2 eggs, 1/4 cup vegetable oil, 2 tablespoons lemon juice, 2 tablespoons lemon zest, 1/2 teaspoon lemon extract. Glaze: 1 cup confectioner's sugar, 2 tablespoons lemon juice, 1/2 teaspoon vanilla extract. Directions: 1. Preheat oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. 2. Line 2 baking sheets with parchment paper. 3. Add all cookie ingredients together in a large bowl. 4. Use an electric mixer on medium to mix and smooth all cookie ingredients. 3. Drop heaping spoonfuls of cookie dough onto the cookie baking sheet, about 1½ inches apart. 6. Bake 8 to 10 minutes or until the top of the cookies look dry and don't wiggle. 7. Let them cool, about 5 minutes. 8. While they cool, make the glaze. 9. Whisk all the glaze ingredients together. If you want it thinner, add more lemon juice. 10. Drizzle the glaze on the cookies and let it harden, about 10 minutes. Enjoy! Blueberry Crumb Cake. Ingredients: 4 tablespoons butter, room temperature, 3/4 cup granulated sugar, 1 large egg, 1/2 teaspoon vanilla extract, 2 cups all-purpose flour, 9 ounces, 2 teaspoons baking powder, 1/2 teaspoon salt, 1/2 cup milk, 2 cups blueberries, fresh. For the topping: 4 tablespoons butter, room temperature, 1/2 cup brown sugar, packed, 1/3 cup all-purpose flour, 1/2 teaspoon ground cinnamon. Directions: 1. Gather the ingredients. 2. Grease and flour a 9-inch square baking pan. Heat oven to 375 degrees Fahrenheit. 3. In a mixing bowl with an electric mixer, beat the 4 tablespoons of butter with 3/4 cup granulated sugar until creamy. Add the egg and vanilla and continue to beat until smooth and well blended. 4. Combine the 2 cups of flour, baking powder, and salt in a small bowl. 5. Add the flour mixture to the butter mixture, alternating with 1/2 cup of milk and beating until smooth after each addition. Gently fold the blueberries into the batter. 6. Spread the batter into the prepared baking pan. 7. In a medium bowl, combine the 4 tablespoons of room temperature butter with the brown sugar, 1/3 cup of flour, and 1/2 teaspoon of cinnamon, Blend well with a pastry blender, fork, or fingers to form crumbs. 8. Sprinkle topping crumbs over the batter. Bake the cake in the preheated oven for 35 minutes. 9. Remove the cake from the oven and allow it to cool. Slice it into squares and serve. You can keep the blueberry crumb cake at room temperature for 3 days, covered with plastic or foil so it won't dry out. You can make it a day or two ahead of a gathering if you wish. If you must keep it longer, it's best to keep it in your refrigerator for up to 4 days. Kentucky Benedictine Tea Sandwiches. Yields 10 tea sandwiches. Ingredients: 1 medium cucumber, 2 tablespoons minced onion. I used a sweet onion, but white or green onions can be used instead, depending on preference. 8 ounces light cream cheese, softened. 1 tablespoon light mayonnaise. Half a teaspoon kosher salt. Dash of hot pepper sauce. I started with 1 and added more to taste. 1 drop of green food coloring. Optional, I didn't use it. 20 slices of white bread if using cookie cutter to cut into shapes. If making into triangle tea sandwiches, 10 slices of bread will work instead. Directions: 1. Wash, dry, and peel cucumber. Slice cucumber in half lengthwise and remove seeds using a small spoon. 2. Place cucumber and onion in a small food processor and pulse until cucumber is minced. This takes about 5 to 6 pulses. 3. Put minced cucumber and onion in a piece of cheesecloth or in the center of a stack of several heavy-duty paper towels. Over a medium bowl, twist and squeeze cloth or paper towels to release liquid from cucumber and onions, catching the liquid in the bowl. Set the bowl of excess liquid aside. 4. Add the cucumbers and onions back to the bowl of the food processor. Add the cream cheese, mayonnaise, salt, and a dash of hot pepper sauce to the food processor. Process mixture until combined, tasting, and add additional salt and hot pepper sauce as desired. If you find the mixture to be too thick, add some of the reserved liquid to the spread. Mix in the drop of green food coloring if desired. Set aside. 5. Cut bread into shapes using cookie cutter. If making into triangle tea sandwiches instead, cut crust off of bread slices, then cut each piece of bread in half diagonally. 6. Build sandwiches using 2 cut bread pieces and 1 tablespoon of Benedictine spread per sandwich. This has been A Killer Latte, A Killer Coffee Mystery, Book 6, written by Tonya Kappes, narrated by Christina Sagnameni. Copyright 2019 by Tonya Kappes. Production copyright by Tonya Kappes.